J'ouvre les portes. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, Senate. Second reading of Bill S5, Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act.
Ms. Murray for Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act and to repeal the perfluorooctane sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I want to seek unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
No. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to split his time? No. Did I hear a no? Yes. Okay. So the Honourable Member does not have unanimous consent to split his time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, generally speaking, what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, members on opposition and government have asked for the opportunity to share time. That's all it is, nothing mischievous. The member from Winnipeg South just wants to do the same as others have done, given that it's the opening round. So maybe if we could just ask if the member would have unanimous support to split his time for this morning.
I will ask the question one more time. So the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands has a point of order.
5-minute round.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands has a point of order. Sorry, I couldn't hear her point of order.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I don't think it's a point of order. I'm trying to explain the concern that while this may be routine for members in my position, when we have a 10-minute speech and a 5-minute round, I virtually never get a chance to ask a question. S5 is an enormously important bill to the Green Party.
The point of debate. I will ask the question one more time. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to split his time? Yes? All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her understanding on this matter and allowing my colleague to split the time with me. But Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased today to rise in support of Bill S5. My remarks will focus on the government's accomplishments under its Chemical Management Plan, commonly known as CMP. This is relevant to Bill S5 as these accomplishments have largely been achieved under the authorities of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 or CEPA. Madam Speaker, before I go on, I really want to thank all of the senators for their important work in the other place to bring the bill to this place so that we can further consider it. And Madam Speaker, the government has learned many lessons from the implementation of CMP, and these have informed areas where the government is proposing changes to CEPA through Bill S5. In 2006, the government completed the categorization and prioritization of approximately 23,000 substances on the domestic substances list. This resulted in a list of more than 4,300 substances prioritized for further assessment based on their potential risks to the environment or human health. Following this prioritization, Canada launched its Chemicals Management Plan. Canada became the first country in the world to triage and announce a plan to systematically address its in-commerce chemicals based on environmental and human health concerns. This approach has gone on to inspire chemicals management approaches around the world, such as in the United States, Australia, Argentina, and Brazil. Madam Speaker, nearly all of the approximately 4,300 prioritized substances have now been assessed. Chemicals assessment approaches have evolved since that list of 4,300 prioritized substances was first established. New chemicals have entered Canadian commerce, and our knowledge of risks we can protect Canadians from has grown. Therefore, a new process for prioritizing substances for assessment is required, Madam Speaker. The changes proposed by Bill S5 would include working with Canadians to develop and publish a plan of chemicals management priorities, which would, amongst other things, continue to build on Canada's world-class leadership in science-based decision-making while adopting a more collaborative and inclusive approach to setting priorities for substances to be assessed going forward. This new approach is intended to be flexible, nimble, and scalable, and would allow for shifts and adaptations to new priorities as needed or as new information emerges, Madam Speaker. The CMP is a science-based approach to substances management. It helps to reduce the risks posed by harmful substances to Canadians and the environment in a way that is predictable and transparent. This is accomplished through not only assessing the impact of substances in end-of-pipe emissions or transboundary pollution, but also from their presence in food, consumer products, cosmetics, drugs, as well as air and drinking water. Members of our scientific community apply internationally adopted standards, methods, and principles to the work carried out under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999. Canada's approach to chemicals management is in line with other jurisdictions and is the foundation behind our international reputation of well-respected, science-based chemicals assessment. S5 builds on this foundation rooted in science and positions Canada well among other jurisdictions, both as a leader and as a contributor to chemicals assessment writ large. I would caution MPs from changing the risk assessment and risk management provisions of the Act. As part of the CMP, the government overhauled its substances assessment process to include new tools. With these innovations, the government went from assessing just a few dozen substances each year to an average of over 300 per year, Madam Speaker. Where risks are identified, controls can be put in place. Since the launch of CMP in 2006, the government has developed measures to manage close to 500 substances assessed as posing a risk to human health or the environment. One of the early accomplishments under the CMP was to help protect newborns and infants from exposure to bisphenol A, more commonly known as BPA. Following a risk assessment under the CMP in 2008, the government announced its intent to prohibit the manufacture, import, advertisement, and sale of polycarbonate baby bottles containing BPA under the Hazardous Products Act, action which continues today under the Canada Consumer Products Safety Act. With this prohibition, newborn and infant exposure to BPA, which has the potential to affect brain development, social behavior, and anxiety after birth, declined by 96% between 2008 and 2014. One of the lessons learned from this risk management action on BPA was the merit of meeting the risk management obligations under CEPA using other federal acts. Under Bill S5, CEPA would be amended with this practice in mind and enable the federal act or minister best placed to manage the risks identified in a CEPA risk assessment for a toxic substance. In addition to the innovative approaches to risk assessment and risk management since the CMP began, the government has also made advancements in research, monitoring, and surveillance that have informed a range of actions taken under the authorities of SEPA. For example, monitoring initiatives funded under the CMP are instrumental for tracking levels of substances, both in humans and in the environment. Through the Health Measures Survey, the government has obtained nationally representative biomonitoring data since 2007 of over 250 substances in the general Canadian population. These surveys have demonstrated that Canadians' exposures to many toxic substances have decreased over this time. Biomonitoring can help inform Canadians about the progress that is being made to help reduce their exposure to harmful substances and can help identify new priorities for risk assessment. Bill S5 would require the Minister of Health to conduct biomonitoring surveys as part of the obligation to conduct research and studies in relation to the health effects of substances. An additional amendment clarifies that such research and studies, including biomonitoring surveys, may relate to vulnerable populations. Bill S5 would also amend SEPA to require the consideration of vulnerable populations and cumulative effects in risk assessments when information is available, which will improve the protection of Canadians and the environment. As vulnerable populations may be disproportionately exposed to or negatively impacted by harmful substances due to factors such as age, behavior, health status, geography, culture, and socioeconomic status, it is important that we understand and take into consideration implicated groups' unique characteristics and needs when assessing and managing risks identified. The reality is that Canadians and their environment are not exposed to substances in isolation, but to multiple different substances on a daily basis and over a lifetime, which is why it is so important to consider the cumulative effects of substances. Including these considerations in an amended SEPA will also help inform additional biomonitoring work to inform regulations. Madam Chair, is my time winding down? 15 seconds. Well, let me conclude, Madam Speaker. I urge all members to work together to ensure that this bill gets to committee as soon as possible in order for parliamentarians to start their important work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg South for his speech. This is a bill that many of us have been waiting for some time. It mentions in its preamble the right for Canadians to live in a healthy environment. I have a private member's bill that we'll be hearing about later this fall, C219, that talks about the Environmental Bill of Rights, a right to live in a healthy environment that would extend across the whole federal mandate, not just within SEPA as this does. And I'm just wondering whether the member can comment on whether the government would consider amending S5 to take into account the stronger language that is in my bill about individual rights to live in a healthy environment, and even whether the government will accept all the amendments that the Senate put forward, because this bill needs to be fixed and made more actionable when it comes to that right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member who is a leader in this environmental protection space. I look forward to learning more about Bill C219, and we will consider it at that time. I just want to assure the honourable member that we are going to have a very robust process at committee. The minister, myself, and others have indicated we are certainly open to strengthening the bill. The Senate did some excellent work, Madam Speaker, which I think we can build on, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question.
Comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to colleagues and other parties who held back so that I could ask this question. Further to the excellent points made by the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, I want to direct the Parliamentary Secretary to the observations filed by the Standing Senate Committee on Energy, the Environment and Natural Resources, which accompanied the amendments. And they say very clearly to the point that we do not have a right to a healthy environment in S5, no matter how much propaganda tells us we do. I'll quote from point 4 of their important submission, which is, the committee would like to state their concern that the right to a healthy environment cannot be protected unless it is truly enforceable. This enforceability would come by removing the barriers that exist under the current remedy authority within Section 22. And closing with this sentence, quote, as Bill S5 does not propose the removal or re-evaluation of these barriers, this committee is concerned that the right to a healthy environment may remain unenforceable, close quote. Is the government prepared to do what the Senate committee has challenged them to do and which Canadians...
Madam Speaker, this is the first time in the history of CEPA that a right to a healthy environment is there as front and center, and Madam Speaker, that will be debated in this House at committee, and the honourable member will have the opportunity to make those points again. But as the honourable member will know, that formerly C28, now S5, gives 2 years to codify and to specify all of the conditions to implement that right to a healthy environment.
Une brève question.
A brief question.
A brief question.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The bill claims to provide for a right to a healthy environment, and that's not true. Does the member recognize that this bill does not go far enough?
Well, again, Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for the question, and the Bloc will get their opportunity to weigh in this House at committee to propose amendments. Again, this was very much considered an innovation, a right to a healthy environment, which is was not in the previous CEPA, is now in S5, and if honourable members have suggestions on how to strengthen that, I think we will be open to debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Winnipeg South, and a good friend, for sharing his time today, and for members of this House for giving me this opportunity to speak this morning. I'm really pleased, Madam Speaker, to rise today in the House to speak to Bill S5, Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act, and in particular to government proposals and Senate amendments relating to a right to a healthy environment in the bill. Before I get into the substance of our proposal and Senate amendments, I'd like to remind the House that it has taken decades of work to get to where we are today. Discussions relating to a right to a healthy environment have been taking place domestically for many years, with many Canadians, civil society organizations, and Indigenous leaders advocating for a recognition of a right to a healthy environment at the federal level, and industry associations supporting recognition in the preamble of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, or CEPA, as it is commonly called. I would also like to acknowledge the important contribution of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development to these discussions, a committee that I was part of and that recognized the need to update the CEPA legislation. I'd like to recognize the work of the committee under then-Chair Deb Scholt and colleagues Will Amos and Mike Blasio, who also played key leadership roles in this study. In 2017, our committee called on the federal government to strengthen CEPA to provide greater protection to human and environmental health from toxic substances, and unanimously recommended, among other things, that the preamble of CEPA be amended to explicitly, and I quote, recognize a right to a healthy environment, end quote. I commend our committee for the insights and ideas put forth over the years to enhance the protection of the environment and human health for present and future generations of Canadians. All those efforts brought us to this point today. Madam Speaker, the government is proposing to strengthen the protection of all Canadians and the environment from pollution and harmful substances through the amendments proposed in Bill S5. To that end, the government has proposed to recognize in the preamble of CEPA that every individual in Canada has a right to a healthy environment as provided under the Act. This is the first time that this right has been proposed for inclusion in a federal statute in Canada. This is huge. Recognition of a right to a healthy environment under CEPA is a significant milestone in and of itself. However, the government is doing more to elaborate on this right and its implementation for the purposes of the Act. The Red Chamber made amendments to this part of the bill, as you know, and I look forward to building further on those amendments. The bill, as amended by the Senate, would include specific requirements on the government with respect to a healthy environment under the Act. First, a duty on the government to protect that right when administering the Act, subject to any reasonable limits. Second, a requirement to develop an implementation framework to set out how that right will be considered in the administration of the Act. Among other things, the framework must include consideration of the principles of environmental justice, the idea of avoiding adverse effects that disproportionately affect vulnerable populations, non-regression, the idea of continuous improvement in environmental protection, and intergenerational equity, the idea of meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. These provisions would mark the first time that the federal government has introduced legislation requiring that it elaborate on the consideration of the principles of environmental justice and non-regression in the administration of an act. The framework must also elaborate on the reasonable limits to which that right is subject, resulting from the consideration of relevant factors, including social, health, scientific, and economic factors. The consideration of factors reflects the fact that no right is absolute. It must be meaningful and considered in context. Moreover, the bill would require that the implementation framework on a right to a healthy environment be developed within 2 years of the amendments coming into force. This will ensure that our commitment to implement this right is delivered on a timely basis, while at the same time allowing for meaningful input and engagement from all parts of Canadian society, including Indigenous groups, civil society organizations, and industry. As transparency is key to fostering dialogue and moving forward on environmental protection, the implementation framework will also be published so that it is available to all Canadians and will be reported on to Parliament annually. The implementation framework is expected to set a path for a progressive implementation of a right to a healthy environment under CEPA, and to evolve over time based on the views of Canadians and the experience gained by the government. It is expected to provide relevant and persuasive guidance to officials to inform the decision-making processes under the Act and as part of interpreting and applying the Act. Third, this bill contains a requirement to conduct research, studies, or monitoring to support government in protecting this right. This is intended to ensure that the government and future governments can make decisions about how to protect this right based on scientific evidence. This requirement must contribute to efforts to address environmental justice issues. For example, it should involve the collection and analysis of data to identify and monitor populations and communities that are particularly vulnerable to environmental and health risks from toxic substances and the cumulative effects of such substances. In turn, this could lead to new thinking on how to better protect such populations. Madam Speaker, these requirements allow for recognition that will be meaningful, with opportunity for Canadians to have input into how this right will be considered in CEPA and the path towards its progressive implementation. Applying the lens of a right to a healthy environment to the administration of CEPA is expected to encourage new thinking about how to protect populations that are particularly vulnerable to environmental and health risks, and provide continued support for strong environmental and health standards now and in the future. In addition to these new provisions on a right to a healthy environment under CEPA, there are a number of complementary changes to the Act to assist in addressing environmental justice issues in Canada. Madam Speaker, certain populations and communities face greater exposure to harmful substances and combinations of substances in areas of concentrated pollution, sometimes referred to as pollution hotspots. Under the bill to amend CEPA, decisions under CEPA will need to consider vulnerable populations, groups of individuals within the Canadian population who, due to greater susceptibility or greater exposure, may be at an increased risk of experiencing adverse health effects from exposure to substances. In addition, our duty to make decisions and exercise powers under CEPA now expressly includes protecting the health of vulnerable populations. This will be done in part through consideration of available information regarding vulnerable populations in risk assessments. The Minister of Health will be required to conduct biomonitoring surveys, specifically in relation to the health effects of substances. These biomonitoring surveys can focus on vulnerable populations. These new research requirements are intended to be complementary to the research requirements related to a right to a healthy environment, and the data and information they generate might lead to new thinking on how to better protect all Canadians from pollution and substances. These new research requirements are also expected to contribute to our efforts to better understand real-life exposure, including exposures in vulnerable populations, and will assist in providing environmental and health protection for all. Finally, the preamble of CEPA will confirm the government's commitment to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. This aligns with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, which received royal assent on June 21, 2021, and which provides a framework to advance implementation of the declaration at the federal level. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only revealed, but has also further exacerbated social, health, and economic disparities for Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and other racialized and religious minority Canadians and their communities. We cannot delay efforts to make Canada more just, more inclusive, and more resilient. We see these proposals as one of the means to combat inequities in environmental protection in Canada, such as the increased health risks of more vulnerable members of society that can result from the exposure to substances and the cumulative effects from a combination of substances. These proposals will help advance discussions so that the vulnerability and impacts of real-life exposure are taken into account in environmental and health protection under the Act. As the bill moves through the House, we're committed to engaging with colleagues in the days and weeks to come so that we may move forward in support of strong environmental and health standards now and into the future. I must point out that S5 is a strong start to updating CEPA. The Senate amendments are strong and must be accepted. However, I believe further amendments are in order that I hope to see seriously considered at committee. I recognize CEPA is complex legislation and would be difficult to update in one effort. I would like to see updates to address marine dumping, establishing air quality standards, and implementing stronger citizen action. If these issues could be addressed, the legislation would be further strengthened, either now or in the future. S5 goes a long way to updating CEPA. More can be done both now and in the future. I encourage all MPs to ensure we leave a positive legislative legacy as we update CEPA for the first time in more than 20 years. I look forward to thoughtful debate, strengthening amendments, and timely passage of this important legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to many colleagues who gave me this chance. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Cloverdale Langley City, and I agree there are many sections of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act that need amendment that are not dealt with in S5. I hope we can bring them forward soon. I've actually been working on this bill for 35 years since I helped prepare it for first reading in 1987. But that dates me pretty badly. One of the things that needs fixing is we're not addressing genetically modified organisms, which are in Part 6 of CEPA and definitely need updating. We're not dealing, as the honourable colleague said, with improvements to ocean dumping. But I want to come back to the point that I made in the first question. A right to a healthy environment is not a right if it's not enforceable. Is the government open to getting rid of the 2-year period, create the right to a healthy environment, and fix the enforceability sections of CEPA so that Canadians have the right to a healthy environment? A right that's not enforceable is no right at all.
Question, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would really like to thank the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands for all of her work over a lifetime on environmental issues, including on CEPA. She's been a mentor and a friend to me, and I look forward to working with her on possible amendments for this legislation. To the point on right to a healthy environment, as I made and commented in my notes, this is the first time that government legislation has included this type of right within its preamble. And can more be done? Absolutely. But I think that this is a really strong point for legislation to start. We do have other pieces of legislation to expand on it, as we've heard from our NDP colleague. But I think that now is the time to look at how we can further strengthen the right to a healthy environment within the discussions and amendments that we are bringing before the House at this time.
Comments? The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Cloverdale, Langley City, for his intervention today. Indeed, when we conducted the committee report in, I believe, 2017, I was a staffer and worked very closely with, all parties worked very closely together on the work of the Environment Committee at that time. When the member was giving his speech, I thought back to our long discussions that we had in 2017 on the role of toxic chemicals and management. And some of the recommendations put forward on the chemicals management plan allowed for any Canadian to submit data, evidence, and arguments for consideration under that plan. Does S5 allow for more citizen participation in environmental concerns, as recommended by the committee in Recommendation 23?
Thank you to my colleague and neighbour from British Columbia for his question and for his work on the committee's report. As he said, he was a staffer at the time and had great input, and it's a pleasure to see him now representing his constituents in this House. On the question of the whole citizen engagement piece, I think that there are aspects within this where citizen action can be taken, complaints can be laid to the minister. We have heard from environmental groups that they see that there are opportunities to strengthen that aspect of the legislation, and I think that as we have these debates in the House, as we take the legislation to committee, there will be opportunities to look at further citizen engagement as we look at having a healthier environment and protecting public health.
We have time for a brief question. Honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This bill is the same as C-28 from the previous Parliament. Why, in my colleague's opinion, did the government choose to trigger an election before passing the previous bill? Is it because they felt that getting a majority was more important than environmental legislation? Or did they assume they would get reelected in order to facilitate the passage of this bill? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief answer.
Well, I would say that, regrettably, I was not here in the 43rd Parliament. I was in the 42nd, where I did work on this committee report, and I'm delighted to be back and part of the discussions in the 44th Parliament trying to bring home the much-needed changes to CEPA, and that's why I'm so delighted to see S5 before the House today, having had the Senate consider it and I think strengthen the legislation, but I'm happy to be here as part of the debates today.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my colleague. Thank you very much. It's my distinct honor to be able to speak to Bill S5 today, and I thought I'd start off my remarks by pointing out the major differences between the Conservative record on the environment and the Liberal record on the environment. Conservatives, of course, have a much stronger record when it comes to tackling environmental issues than Liberals. When you look back at the previous Conservative government and our major achievements, including the Clean Air Act, which was a landmark piece of legislation to tackle various forms of pollution and to develop a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Massive investments in conservation. You know, the root word of Conservative is to conserve, and that ties in with conservation. And the previous Conservative government had many, many instances where we dedicated much of Canada's natural beauty and our landscape into conservation projects to make sure that future generations would be able to enjoy the wonderful environment that has been passed on to us, protecting wetlands and vulnerable ecosystems for both plant and wildlife. That was a hallmark aspect of the previous Conservative government's achievements when it comes to environmental action. Major investments in innovation funds to help tackle some of the challenging aspects of having a robust industrialized country while at the same time minimizing our economic footprint, our environmental footprint. So ensuring that there are resources available for companies, for not-for-profits to access some of that research funding to come up with better ways of doing things, better ways of making things and producing things here to lower all different kinds of impacts on the environment. That was a hallmark piece of the previous government's record on the environment as well. Now, compare that to the Liberal. I should mention, Madam Speaker, as well, under the previous Conservative government, because of our strong action on things like emissions and tackling climate change, CO2 emissions actually went down. We actually reduced the amount of CO2 that Canada emitted into the atmosphere under the previous Conservative government. What's it done? What's it done under the current Liberal government? It's gone up. That's the major difference between Conservatives and Liberals. They're very good at talking about things. I got to give them credit. You know, they've got an actor for a leader, and he's very good at getting into the part and delivering the lines. But when it comes to action, not so good. Very good at acting, not so much at action. And when we look back and think about the very first thing this government did, very first, one of the initial things, while the ink was still wet on all those cabinet appointments and they were all just learning where their new offices would be and who was going to drive their cars, the very first thing that they did was grant a permit to the City of Montreal to dump billions of liters of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence.
Yeah, shame.
Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. Of all the talk they did during the election, pretending to care about the environment, the first thing they did was grant a permit. How gross is that? I mean, we're talking about toxic substances here in this bill. What about the toxic substances that were unleashed into the St. Lawrence and ultimately going into the oceans and all around the world by this Liberal government? First thing they did. Their hallmark environmental piece is a carbon tax that we now know doesn't work. They've had the carbon tax in place since their first term in office. It's gone up every year. So too has emissions. So it's not an environment plan at all, it's a tax plan. And remember, Madam Speaker, they have been completely dishonest with Canadians about that piece too. They promised, yes? Yes, they were dishonest. Yes. I'll remind the honourable member from Winnipeg North about the dishonesty of one of his former colleagues. Just before the 2019 election, Madam Speaker, the former Minister of the Environment, Catherine McKenna, promised Canadians that the carbon tax would not go up. In fact, when Conservatives warned Canadians that we had information from the Department of the Environment that the government was planning on increasing the carbon tax, Catherine McKenna, former environment minister, was deployed to accuse Conservatives of spreading misinformation. It's never going to happen. And of course, their friends in the government-subsidized media were only too happy to carry that message for them. Only too happy. And they said, well, how could the Conservatives make up such a wild accusation that a Liberal might raise a tax? And we said, well, because that's what their information shows, it's what their own document shows, and if you look at their modeling, in order to even try to hit the targets that they've set for themselves, they're going to have to increase the carbon tax. The response back from their friends in the government-subsidized media was that, well, that's not true because the Liberals say so. Well, you'll pardon me, Madam Speaker, after, what are we now, 7 years of Liberal rule? 7 years of Liberal rule. You'll pardon the members of the official opposition if we don't take Liberals at their word. Just in the last Parliament, when we're talking about toxic substances, Madam Speaker, I had a private member's bill to ban that practice of dumping raw sewage into our vulnerable ecosystems, our rivers, our lakes, and our oceans. C'était une pièce centrale.
It was a centerpiece of our environment plan. The Conservatives have been promising since 2019 to stop the practice of municipalities sending dirty water into our lakes and rivers. And we're in 2022, so it's time to put an end to that practice.
We've got the resources to make sure that municipalities aren't doing that with untreated wastewater. But the Liberals, the NDP, même le Bloc Québécois, they all voted against that common sense measure, Madam Speaker. So you'll pardon the members of the Conservative Party when we receive a piece of legislation that claims to address environmental issues. You'll pardon us if we have major concerns about everything that they do on this. Now, Bill S5 is not before this House in its original form. Bill S5 went through the Senate first. And so the piece of legislation that we're dealing with today has been amended by the Senate. And there are many concerning things about these amendments, and there's some concerning things about the bill in general. First of all is the amendment on the right to a healthy environment. And of course, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has pointed out any lack of clarity about that, any lack of provisions that would make any of that enforceable, or anything that would give Canadians comfort to know that the government would follow up a platitude with a piece of action. Again, action, Madam Speaker. It's undefined. It's very ambiguous. And when legislation is ambiguous, it really sets us up for litigation, because often you have competing interests when it comes to environmental issues between industry and conservation groups, or between municipalities that might be affected by one thing or another. And it's essential that we have clarity on these types of things. Otherwise, we get long, drawn-out court battles to decide what word means what, and where lines get drawn. So really, if the government was going to bring in this piece of legislation, the least they could have done was clear up that ambiguity and not leave it for the courts and for lawyers. But of course, Liberals often do things that make lots and lots of money for lawyers to settle things in court. I just also wanted to touch a little bit about another major flaw with the thinking behind the government as it relates to toxic substances. Now, Henry Hazlitt has an excellent book. He wrote an excellent book about economics primarily, but it's a lesson that we should apply in really every aspect of life. The book is called Economics in One Easy Lesson, and the main theme of this book is to convince people to think about both the things that are seen and the things that are unseen. In other words, don't just look at the superficial aspects of what's being proposed. Really take a step back and consider all aspects of what a decision or a course of action might result in. So that's not something that the government has done with many of its environmental policies, specifically when it comes to the listing of plastics in this bill in one of the schedules. Now, obviously, we want less plastics in our oceans. We want less plastics in our waterways. But we have just come out of a pandemic where plastic was essential in protecting Canadians. Plastic was essential in keeping germs off of packaging. You use this packaging to keep germs out of everything from utensils to pieces of equipment. Lots of aspects of PPE have plastics as part of them. And so imagine where we might be in the future, Madam Speaker, if many of these pieces of this legislation is enforced, making it harder to access those types of what we now know to be life-saving materials. So we urge the government to really take a closer look at that aspect of it, because when we look at plastics around the world in our oceans, it's Canada that has been leading the way for years to reduce our output of those pieces of material. In fact, 93% of the plastic that ultimately ends up in our oceans come from just 10 rivers. 10 rivers around the world are responsible for 93% of the plastic in our oceans. How many of those rivers do my colleagues believe are in Canada? 0. The honourable member for Essex got it right. 0. None of those rivers are in Canada. 7 of them are in Asia, including the Yangtze in China, and 2 in Africa. Now, why is that important? Well, when we take a step back and we look at the government's entire environmental policy, what we see are policies designed to drive production out of Canada, where we have high environmental standards, where we have rules about what you can put in landfills and what you can dump into rivers. And it drives that production to other jurisdictions around the world that don't have those measures in place. And the carbon tax is the biggest culprit of that, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax raises the cost of making things here in Canada, and our competitors around the world, specifically China, that does not have a carbon tax, does not have anywhere near the environmental protection that Canada has. Well, they go out and they bid on contracts to make things. And when they do, when those plastics are manufactured in China, in Asia, in countries, in developing countries that don't yet have our robust regime around environmental protection, well, then more things get produced there. More things end up in our oceans. So Liberals might go around and feel like they're doing something for the planet because they brought in a carbon tax and they're banning plastics here in Canada. And the net result of that is more plastic in the ocean. Their policies are actually doing more harm than good. They also don't look at the entire life cycle of alternatives to plastics. There's a landmark study that was done in 2018 by the Independent Institute based out of Oakland. And it found that plastic bans can actually have a negative impact on the environment as people substitute other products that have more emissions involved in the life cycle. So, for example, the difference between manufacturing a plastic straw and a paper straw is very significant when you look at the amount of energy needed and the amount of CO2 emissions produced. A plastic straw takes 39 kilojoules of energy to make one plastic straw. And in that production, in the entire life cycle of that straw, both production and usage and all that, it emits 1.5 grams of CO2. For a paper straw, it takes 96 kilojoules. That's more than double the amount of energy. And because of the methods involved in all the aspects of producing that paper straw is more energy intensive, it actually produces 4.1 grams of CO2. So plastic straw, 1.5 gram, paper straw, 4.1 grams of CO2. So again, on the one hand, they say they're trying to take action on reducing emissions. On the other hand, they're bringing in policies that actually increase emissions. And that is the hallmark of Liberal governments in general. They offer simplistic, sloganistic solutions, and the effects of their policies do more harm than good. So Conservatives are going to be studying this piece of legislation very carefully. And we're going to be working very hard at committee to make improvements to the bill on many of the amendments that came from the Senate, many problematic amendments. But I hope my colleagues across the way will remember one thing. If they truly do care about things like reducing emissions, then now is the time for them to abandon their carbon tax. It has been so ineffective. So many Canadians want to see real action on climate change. And the carbon tax is not just making things more expensive, it's actually driving out production here in Canada, being that production then moves overseas and emissions go up. A molecule of CO2 does not need a passport to travel around the planet, Madam Speaker. So a unit of CO2 that moves away from Canada and doubles because of the lack of protection in countries like China actually results in more CO2 in the atmosphere. And because they're so locked in on this failed policy of taxing, of imposing this new tax on Canadians, because they're so locked in on that, they're not taking meaningful action that they could do. It's called an opportunity cost, because they've got all the people at the Department of the Environment enforcing this tax and imposing it on provinces that have not adopted it. Because they're using all that human resources and all the government's time and energy on a failed policy that is only resulting in higher emissions, they're not taking other measures that could actually lower emissions. So if they truly do care about the environment, now is the time to scrap their carbon tax, especially when we link it to the affordability crisis. Because it's not just the carbon tax of today. It's not just that Catherine McKenna was lying when she said that they weren't going to increase the carbon tax in 2019. It's that they're going to triple the carbon tax in the coming months and years, which means that the affordability crisis that is hurting Canadians so much is only going to get worse, and the environmental crisis that the Liberals claim that they're trying to address will only get worse as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to pick up on the questions that the member just made reference to. I can appreciate when he was the leader, the Conservative Party was against the price on pollution. But I'll remind the member that the leader that followed him actually reversed the Conservative Party's position on the price of pollution. In fact, every Conservative member of today's Conservative caucus voted in favor, campaigned, knocked on doors, saying that they are in favor of a price on pollution as dictated by the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. It's only under the new leadership of the current leader they have flip-flopped once again. But they still made a commitment, a promise to Canadians that they supported the principles of a price on pollution. Does the member feel any obligation whatsoever to Canadians given that they had a platform that supported a price on pollution?
I'm not sure if it's comments or if people are trying to answer the question, but I would ask them to hold off because I know that the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition is very capable of answering questions or making comments. So if I haven't recognized you, then you shouldn't be talking. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is just categorically false. Sorry, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member is just completely false about that. Members of the Conservative Party have always opposed a carbon tax, something that has not changed. I have pointed out to this member in the past that they like to play around with language. They're fond of saying a price on pollution. Okay, a price is something that the market sets. A price is something that is determined by input costs and supply and demand. The most important thing is that a price is something that you have a choice to pay. If I don't like the price of an apple at one store, I can try to get a better price at a different store. I can eat pears instead of apples. I can look for alternatives to things like that. I don't have to spend the money. When the government sets a cost, enforces its collection, and you have no choice, that is called a tax. It will always be a tax, and liberal games with wordplay will not fool Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, but there's a part of his speech that I have questions about. He was talking about plastics, and one of his colleagues had tabled a private member's bill to ban the export of Canadian plastics to other countries, to the Philippines and to India. So yes, our plastics are not in the water because we send them to other countries where they don't have the ability to recycle them properly. So I wanted to say that, and I would like to ask whether my colleague agrees that through the bill that is before us right now, there should be a strengthening of regulations on industry. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question.
It's a very important issue, and that's the other types of effects of making regulations here in Canada and only looking at one aspect of it. She rightly points out that through many regulatory changes over the years that make it harder to process, recycle, break down plastic here in Canada because of rules that are put in place without thinking about the effects. We have driven a lot of that type of operations to other countries. So in addition to displacing production here, we've also had the effect of moving some of the recycling and other ways to break down that plastic to other countries as well. So it's an important issue to raise when we contemplate all the unintended consequences of what may be well-meaning measures here, but looking at the entire aspect of the knock-on effects in other countries as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy some of the fantasy speeches that I hear in this House, and I thank the member for providing us with one today. I understand that in 2007, the Environment Committee studied SEPA, which is probably something very important because it hasn't been reviewed in over 20 years. Now we have a bill before us that improves it a little bit, but we still have a long way to go. But we do know that the Cons wrote a dissenting report sharing concerns about enshrining the right to a healthy environment and consideration of vulnerable populations, which we know is one of the most concerning parts of this bill. So I'm just wondering if the member can please talk about if this Conservative Party still is not interested in enshrining the right to a healthy environment or protecting vulnerable populations which are impacted most heavily. Thank you.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, the honourable member must not have been listening to the part of my speech where I was talking about the major achievements of the previous Conservative government when it came to real, tangible, practical improvements to the environment. And of course, we all believe in protecting vulnerable communities, and there are many very sensitive ecosystems here in Canada. And there are also very sensitive ecosystems around the world which are all linked together. And that's why it's so concerning when we take that step back and look at all the effects of changes here domestically when it has an increased impact, an increased negative impact on everything from emissions to the amount of plastics that are being thrown out into garbage and landfills that end up in rivers and into lakes. But as I pointed out, 93% of the plastic in those in oceans come from those 10 rivers, none of which are in Canada. So that's why Conservatives are urging this government to do that comprehensive, that holistic view, to make sure that regulatory changes here, legislative changes here, don't actually do more harm than good.
Comments? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
And I thank the Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition for his speech today. He's mentioned a lot of accomplishments and things that were done in the positive aspect, and also mentioned the shortcomings of the current government. I wonder if he could elaborate a little bit on the wastewater treatment standards that were put in place by the former Conservative government, which he was a part of, and this Liberal government under a former Minister of Environment for North Vancouver actually delayed the imposition of those standards decades down the road, enabling wastewater to continue to be dumped into our precious lakes, rivers, and oceans here in Canada.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
My honourable colleague makes an excellent point, Madam Speaker. The previous Conservative government raised standards significantly for wastewater treatment to make sure that the water that's being processed and ultimately released into our ecosystem is only done so after strenuous treatment. Not only did we raise the standards, Madam Speaker, but we were there to help municipalities raise their standards, to make the investments they needed into their wastewater facilities. So my honourable colleague is right. We were there as full partners, not just on increasing the standards, but also in being there for municipalities. Now, I pointed out that it's 2022. There are still major cities in this country that are dumping raw sewage into our waterways. Cities that have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of budget. And we really challenge municipalities when they come and object to tougher standards on wastewater. We want to make sure that they consider the negative impacts that they're having on the environment, and that they're taking advantage of the infrastructure funding that previous governments have allocated to help them do just that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his very entertaining speech. A little bit of fiction, I would say, Madam Speaker. My memory of the Harper record is a little different than his. Withdrawing from Kyoto, the Kyoto Climate Accord, doing absolutely nothing on climate change for 10 long years, closing the experimental lakes area, Madam Speaker, the war on science, muzzling scientists. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Honourable Member will work with us on S5 to strengthen the bill and work in the spirit that the Standing Committee in 2017 did, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Official Opposition House Leader has 1 minute to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not that we have a difference of memory. It's that he just hasn't read the black and white ink on the reports that show that his government has had a terrible record on emissions. First thing they did was allow raw sewage to be dumped into the St. Lawrence. So it's not a matter of debate. It's not my opinion versus his opinion. It's like looking through the archives and looking at the actual record. But when it comes to working at committee, I can assure the honourable member that we will approach the committee work in good faith to truly try to improve this bill.
State Announcements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks 22 days since the death of Mahsa Amini, a brave young woman beaten to death by Iran's so-called morality police over the country's hijab laws. Since then, hundreds of thousands of Iranians worldwide have rallied for the values of freedom, including in my home riding of Windsor-Tecumseh. Despite the outpouring of international support, the criminal Iranian regime continues to arrest and murder its own people in the streets and on campuses. As we prepare to mark the International Day of the Girl, we remember Mahsa Amini. We repeat her name to keep the memory of her spirit alive. And so the tyrants of Iran can never hide from their moral corruption and their horrendous crimes. We stand with the brave women and men of Iran who are undeterred. To all the people of Iran, we see you, we hear you, and we will always, always stand with you. Zan, Zandegi, Azadi.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thankfully, life is returning to normal for most Canadians. For those who chose not to get vaccinated, the ability to work and to travel abroad has been reinstated. But this is not the case for everyone. Those who serve in our Canadian forces continue to be punished by an unfair and unscientific vaccine mandate. Canadians are rightly proud of our armed forces, but I believe they are being misled on how our national security is now at risk. While this government claims that the mandates protect our operational readiness, the opposite is true. Whether it's due to forced releases or negative reactions to the vaccine, many service members, including fighter pilots, have been grounded. Each pilot represents years and millions of dollars of intensive training thrown aside because of a decision to punish them for exercising their own medical choices. Coupled with sky-high attrition rates, it's beginning to feel like another decade of darkness. Colleagues, these are our heroes. We owe them the dignity of service for which they sacrifice so much. It's time for this government to end the vaccine mandate and restore those they have wronged within our Canadian armed forces.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to wish my constituents in Halifax West and all Canadians a blessed and safe Thanksgiving weekend. My wish for all is that you're able to spend quality time with your loved ones. Please keep in mind and in your hearts those families who are in pain and suffering, including Nova Scotians, people across Atlantic Canada and Quebec whose Thanksgiving won't be easy with the devastation of Hurricane Fiona. We are especially grateful to everyone who stepped up to help before, during, and after the storm, including members of our local joint emergency management team like Karen Saunier, Dave Alders, and Imani Saleh, the Fairview Resource Centre, the Bedford Lions Club Canada Games Centre staff, Canadian Red Cross, Disaster Animal Response Team of Nova Scotia, and so many more. From all of us, thank you. À tous les Canadiens.
To all Canadians throughout the country, happy Thanksgiving. I wish you some rest and some nice moments shared with your family and friends. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Coquitlam and Morin Belcarra are horrified and angry about the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini. Our community adds its voice to the women of the world protesting long-standing human rights abuses in Iran. Women of Iran are standing up at great risk to their personal safety with heinous consequences. This must stop. No Iranian should live in fear. They should have protections in Iran and in Canada, too. Yet many here do not feel safe because people associated with the IRGC visit and live in our communities and have not yet been sanctioned. That is a failing of this Liberal government. New Democrats stand with the women of Iran and wholly support the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner's call for an independent investigation into Mahsa's death. We are holding this government to account to support women's rights in Iran and around the world.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Madam Speaker, this summer, following a $1.1 million investment from FedNor, the Northern Ontario Black Economic Empowerment Program officially opened in downtown Sudbury. No Beep designs and delivers programs to support Black entrepreneurs and business owners, filling a gap in the entrepreneurial support system in Northern Ontario. To highlight Black individuals and businesses and their successes, NOBEEP also coordinates workshops, training seminars, and trade shows, as well as mentoring and consulting services for entrepreneurs in our community. This program is a valuable resource for people who are thinking of starting a business or who have already started a business. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the outstanding work of the NOBEEP team, as well as the Board of Directors of the Afro Heritage Association of Sudbury in the development of this program. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Madam Speaker, in 1994, the people of Gravenhurst wisely selected John Klink to be their representative, first as the Ward 3 councillor, then as a Muskoka District councillor, and then in 2000 as their mayor. And after 10 great years as mayor, the members of Muskoka District Council wisely selected John Klink to be their chairman, a role he has performed with grace and dignity for the last 12 years. I sincerely appreciate the many ways we've worked together over his 28 years in public life, and I'll be forever grateful for the invaluable role that John played in helping me become a member of this House in 2019. My friend John Klink has always been a tireless champion for Muskoka, a consummate team builder, a relentless advocate for those less fortunate, a kind and a generous man. And so on behalf of all Muskokans, I offer John a heartfelt congratulations on his well-deserved retirement. And John, for your friendship and for your lifetime of public service, from the bottom of my heart, I simply say thank you, thank you, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Speaker, shortly after celebrating her 105th birthday, a well-known and respected Inuk elder from Makovic, Labrador, Miss Muriel Anderson, passed peacefully away. She was born on Dunn Island, Labrador in 1917. She endured a lot in her life, living through 2 world wars, 2 pandemics, and a survivor of residential schools. Miss Anderson lost her husband at a young age. She was left to raise her children on her own. She is the matriarch of a long line of Labradorians. Her family includes 6 children, 21 grandchildren, 37 great-grandchildren, and 28 great-great-grandchildren. She will be remembered as a strong, hard-working woman who loved to help others. She is truly a daughter of Labrador, and we thank her for her tremendous contributions over 105 years to the people of Labrador. May she rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that our federal government is investing $15.2 million to construct a new library, performing arts and cultural center at the Barhaven downtown in my Nepean riding. The facility will also include a community center for seniors and an outdoor urban plaza. This will provide Nepean residents with flexible spaces to foster social interactions and community engagement for years to come. This project includes 15,000 square feet cultural center, a 3,000 square feet senior space, and over 25,000 square feet library. I would like to acknowledge and thank many organizations and individuals who had advocated for this, including Barhaven BIA, Barhaven Seniors Council, and its president, Don Winchester. Special thanks goes to Ottawa City Councillor Jan Harder, who was instrumental in proposing this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many Afghans who bravely helped our military are still stranded in Afghanistan. One such case has been brought to my attention by a retired Canadian serviceman. A former Afghan police colonel whose courage and competence helped save Canadian lives has been unable for months to get confirmation from Canadian authorities as to whether his application to come to Canada has been filled out properly. I can't get confirmation either, despite asking repeatedly. The colonel has to fill out Canadian immigration paperwork on a cell phone with limited internet service while hiding from people who want to kill him. When he fills out an online form, Canada provides no confirmation that it has or has not been properly received, and no amount of asking will convince Canadian bureaucrats to share this information, which could be passed back to the colonel, allowing him to complete the forms to our satisfaction. So he and his wife and children hide in a basement, more likely to be freed from their predicament by death than by a government that can't be bothered to let him know what he has to do to meet our paperwork requirements.
Shameful. The honourable member for Cape Breton. Oh, Cape Breton Council, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to commend the generosity and the hard work of my constituents of Cape Breton Council following the devastating impacts of Hurricane Fiona. Madam Speaker, over the last 10 days, I've had the opportunity to visit organizations, community groups, Canadian Armed Forces, and first responders that have gone above and beyond the call of duty. In Reserve Mines, the local Seniors and Pensioners Club worked to prepare over 9,000 meals last week just to ensure seniors had a bite to eat. At the Nova Scotia Community College Marconi campus, staff have been working on preparing meals for countless power crews, Madam Speaker, personnel from the military and other first responders. I'm sincerely humbled by the outpouring of support for the people of my riding from members of this House and to the leadership of Premier Houston, all MLAs, mayors, wardens, councillors, and chiefs. A special thank you. A thank you to our Prime Minister and Minister of Emergency Preparedness and the Minister of National Defence. Thank you. I could go on with the many selfless and kind-hearted gestures I've seen around my riding. For those in the House, I want to say it fills me with pride that despite the tragedy, the strength, resilience, and character of my province will always prevail.
Just want to ask members to make sure that they stay within the time frame. Unfortunately, I may have to cut them off. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their paychecks, their savings, their home, and their country. Today, people feel like they've lost control of their pocketbooks and their lives. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. This is the most expensive government in history. The more they spend, the more things cost. The result? Seniors delay their retirements or watch their life savings evaporate with inflation. Families downgrade their diets because of 10% food inflation. 30-year-olds are trapped in 400-square-foot apartments, or worse, their parents' basements, because the cost of housing has doubled under this government. Right. Madam Speaker, as we head into Thanksgiving weekend, in a country as bountiful and blessed as Canada, it's shameful that so many Canadians are just falling behind, and there are too many that are just hanging on by a thread. These are our citizens. We are their servants, and we owe them hope.
Yeah. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
This tired Liberal government is driving up the cost of living. Families are downgrading their diets because of the inflated cost of groceries. Seniors are watching their savings vanish with the cost of living rising, and young people have seen their hopes and dreams of owning a home disappear because the cost of a home has doubled under this Liberal government. No wonder that people are worried. This Liberal government's answer? Well, they're going to triple the carbon tax and punish Canadians for just trying to get by. The Liberals label our farmers as producers for growing our food and punish them with a carbon tax. These Liberals label parents as polluters for driving their kids to hockey and punish them with a carbon tax. These Liberals label tradespeople as polluters for driving their trucks to work and punish them with a carbon tax. The Liberals label seniors heating their homes as polluters and punish them with the carbon tax. Conservatives will scrap the carbon tax. We're dealing in hope for Canadians, their families, and for their country.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Cynthia Prussière, 38-year-old mother of two, was killed alongside her children less than 2 weeks ago at the hands of her spouse, making it the 8th femicide in 8 weeks in Quebec.
Madam Speaker, we cannot allow ourselves to become desensitized to this very important issue. These women who are being killed at the hands of angry men are our mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. Each and every time that one woman is killed, it is one too many.
I'm calling on all levels of government to step in. We have to find a way to end gender-based violence for good in this country.
We have to better support the women who are trying to flee situations of violence. We need to teach our kids, both at home and in school, about healthy relationships so that they can leave when they first start to notice red flags, rather than when it might be too late.
Government and society as a whole must take action against violence against women and girls.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, the NDP has been successful in making sure that Parliament addresses the issue of corporate greed in driving inflation, not only in the House of Commons, but also at committee. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, since we launched our initiative, I have been receiving correspondence from right across the country. I've had pictures from people in Nova Scotia that have shown huge price increases for the same product in the same town on the same day. I've had correspondence from employees in grocery stores who are confirming that these price increases, these unreasonable price increases, are happening. And you combine that with the fact that Canada is collecting $30 billion less in corporate taxes just last year alone. Madam Speaker, I want to end by wishing my constituents a happy Thanksgiving. And as they are struggling to pick out which kinds of food they can put on the family table this weekend, I want them to know that my colleagues and I in the NDP will continue fighting for them to ensure they have equal access to well-priced food.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Established in 1992, the History Centre of Saint-Hyacinthe is a private archive service recognized by Library and National Archives Quebec, the BANQ, along with 38 other archive services in Quebec. With 1,500 meters of archives, the History Centre is a major institution alongside the Museum of Civilization, the Augustine's Monastery, the McCord Museum, and the Canadian Centre for Architecture. The president of the centre, Paul Foissy, announced that for the years 2020 and 2021, the History Centre was in first place for its activities, acquisitions, processing of archives, exhibits, and publications. The History Centre also recently announced that it has 250 members. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I warmly congratulate the History Centre of Saint-Hyacinthe for keeping our collective memory alive because, as William Faulkner says, the past is never dead. It is not even past.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their savings, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. After years of government mismanagement and the Liberal-made backlogs, it's time to get the gatekeepers out of our immigration system. Rural Canada, like the riding of Prince Albert, is in desperate need of doctors, nurses, and other professionals who provide essential services to our communities. As Canada faces a labour shortage crisis, we need new ideas to empower workers filling our workforce gaps. Red tape and bureaucracy should not stand in the way of achieving your career goals. Conservatives are bringing hope to doctors and nurses and newcomers who are dreaming of coming to this country. A system by guarantee that within 60 days an immigrant applying for work in their profession will get answers based on their skill sets, not based on where they come from. Enough talking, enough rhetoric, enough broken promises. It is time to remove the gatekeepers, to get more doctors, more nurses, more skilled workers, and more inflation-proof paychecks for our hard-working, skilled immigrants.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Speaker, on May 17, 2021, the remains of 215 children were found buried on the site of the former residential school in Kamloops. On June 14, 2021, volunteers from the community of Langley put up 215 crosses in children's clothing at the Derek Doubleday Arboretum to remember and honour those children who did not make it home. The idea came from Cecilia Riki, a former Langley school trustee and an intergenerational warrior, a term to replace survivors as encouraged by Kwantlen Chief Marilyn Gabriel. Cecilia was inspired by the sight of crosses with clothing when she visited Kamloops after news of the discovery. 1 year later, this memorial to the missing children still stands. I attended the candlelight vigil at the Arboretum on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation last Friday, and once again was moved by this display. Thank you to Lower Fraser Valley Aboriginal Society and United Churches of Langley for organizing this vigil, and a special thank you to Cecilia Riki for all the work she has done and continues to do to make sure everyone remembers the children who never returned home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Liberal economic policy can be summed up in 4 words: smaller paychecks, higher prices. Smaller paychecks come into effect January 1st when this government takes a bigger bite out of the paychecks that Canadians work so hard to earn, but higher prices are happening right now. Liberal deficits force the Bank of Canada to flood our economy with massive amounts of new money, and that is driving up the cost of everything.
Il semble avoir un problème probablement avec l'interprétation.
There seems to be a problem, probably with the interpretation. Is it working now?
It's working now. I'll have the honourable member restart.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal economic policy can be summed up in 4 words: smaller paychecks and higher prices. Smaller paychecks come into effect in the new year when this government takes a bigger bite out of the paychecks that Canadians work so hard to earn. But higher prices are here today. Because of Liberal deficits forcing the Bank of Canada to flood our economy with money, prices are at record highs. And hardworking mums and dads picking up groceries this weekend for the Thanksgiving meal are in for a sticker shock. Turkey is up 15%. Potatoes are up 22%. Those prices are going to rise even further after the government triples its carbon tax. So why won't this government give Canadians a break and cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax?
L'honorable ministre du Tourisme.
Madam Speaker, I have 4 words for Canadians. We have your backs. We've doubled the GST credit thanks to the Conservatives who flipped their idea to oppose us. Now they're supporting us. And guess what, Madam Speaker? They can see the light once again, and they can vote for dental supports. They can vote for housing supports. And I have 4 more words. Do the right thing. Vote for our bill.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
They've got their hands in Canadians' back pocket, taking more and more out of the paychecks that Canadians work so hard to earn. And prices are continuing to rise because of this government. Any relief that Canadians may hope to experience will evaporate in a very short period of time as inflation continues to hurt Canadian families. So once again, we know that inflation is caused by Liberal deficits, and we know that prices are going to go up even more when they triple the carbon tax. So an easy way to help Canadians with the cost of living crisis that the costly coalition has caused is to cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax. Will they do?
Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, in the middle of a global pandemic, with heat in the air caused by global warming, the residents of Edmonton Centre, in the middle of the last election, said to me, please fight climate change. The number one thing every day on the doors. We've already got a 9% reduction in emissions in 2020. The plan is working, but I can tell you, Madam Speaker, the number one thing that the Conservative opposition could do to help Canadians is to vote for C-31.
I just want to remind members, I was able to clearly hear the official opposition House Leader a while ago, but I was having difficulty hearing the answer from the Minister of Tourism. There are other opportunities to ask questions or make comments during question period, and I would just ask members to, unless they're being recognized, to please hold on. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
It's because Conservatives care about the environment that we fight the carbon tax, because it does not work, Madam Speaker. They have missed every single one of their emissions targets, but they are succeeding in making prices go even higher. Gas prices in markets across Ontario have risen 16 cents in just 2 days. Now, that is making it even more difficult to attend Thanksgiving dinners, as Canadians have to pay more to drive home or to fly. How much more will Canadians have to pay after they triple the carbon tax?
L'Honorable Ministre du Tourisme.
Madam Speaker, the Conservative opposition has a golden opportunity to provide a Thanksgiving gift to Canadians and to 500,000 Canadians who would benefit from the dental supports that we have put on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, what is it that the Conservative opposition has against kids in Canada getting dental care? Madam Speaker, they can see the light, they can do the right thing, they can vote for the bill and support Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, the major problem for all families is inflation, and they've had to reduce their grocery budget to deal with it. The worst thing you can do is increase taxes and payroll taxes, but this government wants to triple the carbon tax. In Quebec, we have a carbon exchange. Can the government clearly tell Quebecers what impact the triple Liberal carbon tax is going to have on their pocketbooks? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, let's look at our record here on this side of the House when it comes to Canadians' taxes. In 2015, when we reduced taxes, the Conservatives voted against. They voted against every time. When we reduced taxes a third time, the Conservatives voted against. And once again, in this, what have the Conservatives done? They voted against every tax relief. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, if nothing changes on April 1st, these people will vote for tripling the Liberal carbon tax. We have a very simple solution, Madam Speaker. We want real answers for Quebecers. In Quebec, we have a carbon exchange. The Liberal government wants to triple the Liberal carbon tax on April 1st, 2023. So let's put politics aside and clearly give an answer. What will be the impact of the Liberals' tripled carbon tax on Quebecers as of April 1st? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague knows full well that the price on pollution doesn't apply in Quebec. They have their own carbon exchange. But what we're trying to do here in this place is to keep working together. They supported us on the GST refund. Now we need their support for the dental care and rental relief. Will they support us, yes or no? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Each time we ask the government about the failings of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, they talk about the importance of immigration. Obviously, it's important, and that's why we need to deal with this problem. Companies need foreign workers to deal with the labor shortage. And foreign workers just simply want to earn a living, but they can't do this because of Ottawa's red tape. They simply want to work. When will the government process these claims in a reasonable time frame rather than breaking their promises?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
The interpreter cannot interpret while two people are speaking at the same time. Madam Speaker, the member knows that we have welcomed in record numbers of new immigrants and foreign workers. We know that we will continue to cooperate with Quebec so that Canada is a welcoming country in the interests of our communities and economy. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. They say they know what to do, but yesterday in the Montreal newspapers, there were still stories about companies and foreign workers that have been waiting for over a year. That's 1 year without workers for the companies and 1 year without wages for the workers. Everyone's losing out because this program isn't working. It shouldn't just be about serving good values. It should be about serving people. This government should take these processing delays seriously. When will they transfer the program, control over the program, to Quebec? The Honourable Immigration Minister.
Madam Chair, the reality is this year, as a result of decisions we've taken to hire more workers, leverage technological solutions, and relax policy requirements, has led to the largest number of newcomers arriving in Canada, both permanent residents and temporary residents. There are more newcomers coming to fill key gaps in the labour force than ever before. We're going to continue to do everything we can to speed up the process because we believe it's good for Canada. Even this morning, Madam Speaker, I was able to launch a new policy that's going to allow international students to work more hours to contribute to the labour force shortage we're experiencing. It's good for our economy and it's good for our communities.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Families are already struggling to make their mortgage payments and their credit card payments, and the Bank of Canada plans to raise interest rates even more. This will lead to a self-inflicted recession that will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs. Now, the Liberals have refused to fix EI, and the Conservatives don't even want people to have EI. The reality is today that half of Canadians who lose their jobs don't have access to unemployment insurance. So when will Liberals wake up, do the right thing, fix EI so that families who lose their jobs have the supports when they need it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Disability Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, our government understands that EI benefits need to be more fair, more responsive, and more adaptable to the needs of Canada's evolving workforce. That's why we are committed to delivering a full-scale modernization of Canada's EI system. Although our temporary COVID support measures are winding down, regular EI benefits will continue to be available to workers, just as they were before the pandemic. We look forward to launching our long-term plan to improve Canada's EI system.
Good job.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Alberta workers are taking the lead on a clean energy future, and they want to know why this Prime Minister is missing in action. They don't want aspirational talk. They want an industrial job strategy focused on unleashing the power of a clean energy future. This Prime Minister gives $18 billion a year in subsidies to big oil, and they're using that money for automation and cutting thousands of jobs. We've seen no similar commitment on the clean energy future. So where is the plan to work with the Alberta Federation of Labour on creating sustainable, good-paying union jobs in the West and across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, the member knows full well we work very closely not only with the Alberta Federation with Labour, but with workers from right across the country. I have said repeatedly that it will be no one other than workers who will be leading the so-called just transition, a phrase I always use very lightly because, frankly, workers don't particularly like the phrase. We are going to work together to make sure that we lower emissions and that we work towards a net zero and more prosperous future for all our oil industries, including the one in my province. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, over half of Canadians can't feed their families and have to cut back on meat and fresh fruit and veggies. 1 in 5 go hungry, but this Prime Minister doesn't seem to care. Food bank use has tripled, but he still wants to triple the carbon tax and triple the cost to truck food to the store. Farmers, the food producers, can't make ends meet because the carbon tax costs them almost $40,000 a year more. Wow. That's just insane. Will the Prime Minister cancel his plan to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we absolutely care about Canadian families and Canadian farmers. We know the vital role that farmers play in feeding Canadians, and we value that tremendously. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have taken meaningful action, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit for families, whether it's lowering taxes for the middle class, whether it's bringing in early learning and childcare. And in fact, the Conservatives have an opportunity for the first time to support measures by supporting dental and rental supports. I hope we can count on them to support low-income Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, it's this NDP Liberal costly coalition that's driving up the prices of everything. Right. Students are forced to live in homeless shelters. Young Canadians have almost $300 less at the end of the month compared to last year. Adults are stuck in their parents' basements because they have to spend more on taxes than on clothing, food, and housing. That's Half right. are $200 or less away from bankruptcy. Struggling seniors are forced to choose between heating and eating. So why won't the Liberals have a heart and cancel their triple tax hikes?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Speaker, if the Conservatives want to talk about having a heart, they actually have an opportunity to have one. We have measures on the floor of this House to help low-income Canadians with rental support and to help kids who need access to dental support to get it. For some reason, the Conservatives are against kids going to the dentist. For some reason, they're against helping low-income renters. I don't understand. They have an opportunity to demonstrate they have a heart for the first time this Parliament. I hope they do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. In response to my question in the Finance Committee, Tiff Macklin, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, said that the carbon tax is a significant driver in inflation. Ooh. The carbon tax has led to food inflation going over 10%. So we have a heart because we want Canadians to be able to eat. When the government triples the carbon tax, what will food inflation go to? And how many Canadians will have to go to food banks then? Will it be 30%, 40%, 50%? How many Canadians have to go hungry before they cancel this carbon tax?
Madam Speaker, putting a price on pollution is the best market mechanism to fight the existential threat to our planet, which is climate change. Madam Speaker, it is working. In 2020 alone, we had a reduction of 8.9% of emissions. Madam Speaker, 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back from our rebate program. Everything from the other side, Madam Speaker, is simply hot air.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Here. Madam Speaker, with 62% of small businesses still carrying debt from the pandemic and 54% reporting below normal sales, raising any of their taxes is nothing short of cold-hearted. Yet the Liberal tax hikes will triple the carbon tax on transporting goods, triple the tax on heating storefronts, and triple the tax on cooking food on gas stoves. Will the Liberal government cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax on small businesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this question is critically important because we know small businesses are drivers of the economy. What we've been doing consistently on this side of the House is proposing measures for the past 3 years that support our small business entrepreneurs, that help them keep their employees well paid and remunerated, and that help them keep the lights on. In particular, what we've done most recently is the Canada Digital Adoption Program. We know that the entrepreneurs of the future are moving more and more consistently online. That's why we're providing a $4 billion program to help them do it.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, families in rural Saskatchewan are struggling with soaring costs due to the rising price of gas, which has increased the price of everything. With winter just around the corner, they know life is about to get even more expensive. Heating their homes is not a luxury. It seems this government is intent on freezing out Canadians by literally having them freeze. Will the Liberal government cancel their plans to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
You know, Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives continuously fail to understand is that climate change is the single biggest threat to Canadians and Canadian families. I don't know if they missed what happened recently in Atlantic Canada or what happened recently in BC with the floods. These are significant events that have huge impacts on families. Mr. Speaker, they all ran on having a price on pollution in the last election. Let's see if they flip-flop again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, last year, the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre stood next to Chief Billy Morin of Enoch Cree First Nation and promised funding to bring high-speed internet to Indigenous communities. Well, I just got off the phone with the Chief. They applied for the funding, and this Liberal government denied their application. They told them that their internet was good enough. Well, the fact is, Enoch doesn't even have internet. When will these Liberal gatekeepers stop just posing for photo ops and reverse their decision to wrongfully exclude this Indigenous community and all other rural communities they betrayed?
Great question. Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Indigenous Services.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Northern Canada is an iconic part of our country, given its beauty and the exceptional experiences people can have due to its geography and the impact of climate change. There are a number of challenges in our communities in providing high-speed internet. Since 2015, we've invested more than $350 million, and they will be connected soon. We're working so that all of Canada is connected by 2030. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The government is using accounting tricks to hide the fact that it's still spending our money on Trans Mountain. In the spring, the Minister of Finance announced there would be no more government spending on the Trans Mountain pipeline. But West Coast environmental law says that just to pay the interest on the pipeline's debt, it's costing us $750 million this year and $800 million next year. By the end of 2023, the taxpayer's share of the pipeline cost will reach, brace yourself, Madam Speaker, $17 billion. How much will Quebecers have to pay for Canada to keep on polluting more and more?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important for my colleague to remember that if you really want to address climate change, it means making bold moves and bold investments. When you consider projects like the TMX...
Oh, interpretation, I believe. C'est le problème encore une fois. Okay.
Is there a problem with interpretation again?
Working? Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can restart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to point out for my colleague that when you want to see climate change, that means you have to invest to make it happen. When you look at a comprehensive plan like we have as a government to address climate change, it considers projects like the TMX. It is focused on reducing the amount of oil that is being shipped by rail. It enables Canadians to secure full value for its oil resources. And going forward, we will continue to focus on the best climate change measures that we can implement to reduce emissions and fall in line with our net zero commitments.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, okay, so the solution to climate change is more oil? We've known since day one that the Trans Mountain Pipeline was not financially or environmentally viable, but we didn't know the taxpayer would be on the hook for $17 billion. Another $17 billion in public money will be invested in the oil sands right in the middle of a climate crisis. That's the price of letting the Government of Canada decide for us where to invest our money on climate change. Do they really think Quebecers would have chosen to sink their money into a failed pipeline in the West? The Honourable Minister of Finance, of Tourism, rather.
I know, as do Western MPs and all Canadians, that Canada needs to get its resources to market, particularly at a time when we need to help fuel the world. When we get our resources to market, it will help us get the world price of oil, which will help us to fund the transition to net zero. Our government does not intend to be a long-term owner of this asset. We will be moving forward with a divestment process, and it will be a good asset for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
This morning I took part in the annual food bank fill-up for the Brockville Area Food Bank. The Executive Director, Haley Jack, tells me that food bank use is at an all-time high. And with food price inflation at 40-year highs, even monetary donations aren't going as far as they should. Canadians just can't afford more taxes from this Liberal government. So will they today commit to cancelling their plan to triple the tax on gas, home heating, and groceries?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, you know what Canadians can't afford? They can't afford for the Conservatives to keep slow-walking on important legislation that will help them, whether that is support for low-income rentals, whether that's support for kids who need dental. These are things that will seriously help Canadian families and Canadians meet the high cost of living. We're pleased they finally did an about-face and are supporting us on the GST rebate, but we need their support on these other items if they truly care about helping Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, what Canadians need is an about-face from this Liberal government on their wasting of Canadian tax dollars like they did on the $54 million ArriveCan app that tech experts are confounded by it costing more than the low seven figures at worst. And we know that the app wasn't based in science. It was all based on dividing and stigmatizing. So if Canadian tech experts don't know why they spent this much money, what we want to know, what Canadians want to know, is which Liberal insiders got rich on these contracts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Madam Speaker, I will make no apology for an app that saved the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians. This was part of a global health strategy in order to protect Canadians, and this app was put in place in April of 2020, 1 month after a global pandemic.
I'm sorry, I have my speakers on and I still can't hear the answer, and I don't think that the Honourable Member who asked the question is also able to hear the answer, so I would just ask members to please hold off. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can start from the top.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So this app was put in place 1 month after a global pandemic was declared. And in return for answering that question, where the honourable member has insinuated that the price is entirely related to developing the app, that price related to development, accessibility, and support, maintenance, and multiple different contracts. It was not related just to the development of the app.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, Canadians can't afford this costly coalition between the Liberals and the NDP. We all know they want to triple the carbon tax. Now, the Globe and Mail has reported the government is on pace to more than double their spending on the disastrous ArriveCan app. This app has cost the Canadian tourism industry their 2022 summer tourism season. It has wreaked havoc on border communities, caused chaos at our airports, and it hurt Canada's reputation as a world-class tourism destination. Speaker, Canadians are wondering two things. Who got rich at their expense, and when will this government finally scrap this app?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, the government has already announced that the app is now not mandatory, it is voluntary. And so the app is put in place at the beginning of a pandemic to save lives. The app was used appropriately for the last 2 years, and now the government has allowed the app to be voluntary in order to expedite people moving forward at the border more quickly.
The honourable member for Mayotte Éclairable. Madam Speaker, the app was surely put in place to make some people rich because $54 million would be 1 million hours of work for an engineer. That's 31,000 weeks or 596 years for one person. The numbers just don't add up, Madam Speaker. The facts speak for themselves. The Liberals don't want to reveal who got rich. Is it someone on Liberal list?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we're not going to apologize for an app that saved lives. The app was put in place at the beginning of the pandemic to protect Canadians' lives, and thousands of lives were saved thanks to that app. Thank you.
London Fanshawe.
Canadians are worried about the effects of the climate emergency and Putin's illegal invasion into Ukraine. And now Canada's Chief of Defence Staff has made an unprecedented call to immediately halt non-essential activities in the armed forces. Our forces have a personnel crisis. 1 in 10 positions are unfilled, and we are only receiving half the applicants we need. On sexual misconduct, this government has failed to implement numerous judicial reports. When will this government take the real steps to properly invest in recruitment so Canadians can be supported abroad and here at home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Making sure that our Canadian Armed Forces have the right number of people, the capabilities, and the culture that they need to meet current and emerging threats is our highest priority. The Reconstitution Directive and retention strategy will help ensure that we can grow and retain talent so that our Canadian Armed Forces can continue to serve Canadians. We remain focused on enabling lasting culture change, creating the best recruitment practices, and procuring the right equipment for our Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
In yesterday's report of the Special Committee on Afghanistan, this government said they agree applications for Afghans who served Canada must be processed immediately. Yet Afghans who applied almost 2 years ago are still waiting for a response. And to make matters worse, the Liberals are sticking to an arbitrary cap and new applications are no longer being accepted. Meanwhile, I continue to receive urgent pleas from Afghans being hunted down by the Taliban. Some have disappeared. Will this government commit today to lift the arbitrary cap for Afghans and immediately expedite their processing?
Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and her passion and advocacy on behalf of some of the most vulnerable people in the world. I share her concern about their vulnerability, and that's why we advance one of the most substantial commitments, and in fact, the most substantial on a per capita basis, to resettle at least 40,000 Afghan refugees by the end of next year. I'm so pleased to share with this House just a couple of weeks ago, we've actually crossed an important milestone and now have more than 20,000 Afghan refugees living safely in Canada. We are not done. We're going to continue to do everything we can and make good on our commitment, no matter what it takes.
For Calgary Skyview.
Madam Speaker, families in Calgary, Skyview, and across the province are struggling with the high cost of goods. Albertans are working hard to support their families with groceries, rent, and school supplies. On Friday, October the 14th, all Albertans will be receiving Fall Climate Action Incentive rebate checks, which for a family of 4 will amount to around $270. When you add up all the payments over the course of the year, it comes to over $1,070. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please inform this House where else in Canada they are receiving these checks and what they are...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Calgary Skyview for his climate advocacy, and he will know the federal pollution pricing system is a win-win. It puts more money back in families' pockets while fighting climate change. These quarterly payments add up to major support for families facing affordability challenges. Over the course of the year, a family of 4 will receive up to $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,100 each in Alberta. This money is helping families make ends meet while helping build a healthy economic and environmental future for their kids.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
Aller chercher encore plus d'argent sur le chèque de paye des Canadiens. Les gens sont vraiment étranglés.
People are at the end of their tethers. The prices of houses have gone up by 21%, even just in the Quebec City, and a pound of butter has gone up. This is showing disrespect for Canadians. Will the government turn its back and scrap its plan to increase taxes?
The Honourable Tourism Minister. Madam Speaker, we are planning to lower taxes for Canadians, and when it comes to inflation, we want to make life more affordable for Canadians. It's very clear. We are going to reduce childcare costs. We're going to double the GST credit. We're giving a $500 supplement for housing, and we are going to give access to young, vulnerable children under the age of 12 to dental care. And so we want the Conservatives to help us pass Bill C-31.
Honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Madam Speaker, on top of record Liberal deficits, record inflation, a tripling of the carbon tax, now this tax and spend Liberal government is coming after workers' paychecks and taking more. This week we learned that the average Canadian family now spends more on taxes than they spend on the basic necessities of food, shelter and clothing combined. Madam Speaker, Canadians are desperate. Will this government give them a glimmer of hope and cancel their tax hikes on January 1st on workers' paychecks?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear what the member opposite and the Conservative Party are talking about. They're talking about employment insurance, and they're talking about the Canada Pension Plan. When we're talking about employment insurance, that is insurance that workers pay into in the event that they lose their job. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are talking about slashing that fund. Madam Speaker, when we talk about Canada Pension Plan, that's something Canadians pay into to have retirement security. Madam Speaker, we've talked about the Conservatives having a heart. I hope they have one when it comes to people who lose their jobs and for Canadian retirees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As families across Canada begin their Thanksgiving weekend, all they should be worried about is where they're going to get their favorite local pumpkin pie. But instead, they're worried about making ends meet. Why? Because the average Canadian family now spends more on taxes than they do on food, shelter, and clothing combined. The last thing they can afford are even more taxes. Will the Liberal government cancel their planned January 1st tax hikes on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, what the Conservatives are talking about is cutting EI and cutting the Canada Pension Plan. Madam Speaker, these are two of the most important programs that we have in the social safety net in Canada. They support workers who lose their jobs, and they support retirees. Madam Speaker, as we go into this Thanksgiving weekend, I hope that Conservatives can think about families and can think about the people that they would hurt if these measures don't move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, people in my community are deeply concerned about the rapid rise in the cost of living. The average Canadian family now pays more on taxes than on the basic necessities of life. And under this Liberal government, things are about to get worse with the tripling of the carbon tax, and on top of that, a hike in payroll taxes. Madam Speaker, the last thing Canadian families need is even more taxes to pay. Will this government commit to cancelling their plans to increase taxes on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister. The fact of the matter is that EI premiums have been lower under this government than they were under any time when the Conservatives were in power under the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker. The other fact of the matter is that this government has returned more money to the pockets of hard-working middle-class and low-income families than the Conservatives did. Canada Child Benefit, the tax cut for the middle class, support for early learning and child care, returning the carbon action rebate is another important one. And now the Conservatives have an opportunity to support us on rental and dental. I hope that they do.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the government will have to change its tone when it comes to Roxham Road. We have the right to ask why it allows people smugglers to continue to operate in a criminal way. We have the right to ask why it is making permanent a loophole that makes it possible to exploit asylum seekers. And we have the right to ask why it has taken years to process the claims of families who are seeking status. We have the right and the duty to do that. When will the government really address what's happening at Roxham Road rather than just spouting moralities to Quebecers?
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, our asylum-seeking system must be robust. There is no magical solution. Closing Roxham Road is not a good solution. It will just change the problem, not solve it. So we are looking at the Safe Third Country Agreement. It makes it possible to continue to work with the provincial government in Quebec as well. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, if the federal government were that humane, then it wouldn't be in the Supreme Court facing off with refugee claimants, because it's forcing people that should be coming in through the front door to come in through the back door, and that makes it possible for the refugees to be extorted by criminals at the border and then get intercepted by the RCMP. And so all of this is linked to the Safe Third Country Agreement. And so why is the government deciding to fight refugees in court rather than protecting families? The Honourable Minister.
Continue to work to improve the situation at Roxham Road, but we have international and domestic legal obligations that we are following to the letter. We are trying to process people in a humane way to recognize that human beings are coming into Canada are sometimes very vulnerable. We're going to meet our legal obligations while we work towards a permanent solution, which requires us to negotiate an agreement with the United States of America. We are seized with this issue. We're going to continue our work to make sure we abide by our obligations and do right by some of the vulnerable people who are seeking refuge here in Canada.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in June I asked the Public Safety Minister about equipping RCMP cruisers with defibrillators, which would cost only $10 million and save 300 lives per year. He responded that the RCMP have, quote, invested hundreds of millions in life-saving equipment, which begs the question, why doesn't the government take $10 million of those dollars and use them for the device that would, dollar for dollar, save the most lives by a wide margin? Here's the answer. Records show that the last time a minister bothered to speak to the department about defibrillators was when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister finally place defibrillators in RCMP cruisers and save 300 lives a year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his continued advocacy on this issue. Our priority is keeping Canadians safe, and we will continue to work with the RCMP to prioritize equipment and capabilities within the police service to ensure that Canadians are kept safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, it has been reported that the Chinese Communist regime is operating at least 3 illegal police stations in Canada, threatening Chinese Canadians and even coercing some to return to China. As we learn more, what is this government doing about these illegal Chinese communist-sponsored police stations that constitute an assault on Canadian sovereignty?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Protecting the public from the threat of foreign interference is precisely what Canadians have mandated this government to do. Our national security agencies are proactively working on threats from foreign bad actors such as China. Any harassment, intimidation, and coercion by a foreign power will be investigated and appropriate charges will be laid. Canadians can rest assured that we will make sure no stone is unturned in our efforts to protect the public's safety and security. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, we already know that Iranian officers come here freely to harass Canadians. Why? Because the Liberal government does not have the courage to identify the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as what it is, a terrorist organization. And now we've heard that Chinese police is operating 3 illegal offices in Canada to intimidate Canadians. Did the government know that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we will always stand firmly in support of women's rights and vulnerable communities around the world. We're horrified by Iran's actions and the murder of Mahsa Amini. There will be further consequences, and all options are on the table, Madam Speaker. We have the toughest and most comprehensive sanctions in the world against Iran. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Madam Speaker, we appreciate that these are difficult times for Canadians and that our companies are experiencing significant labour shortages. It's time we recognize the significant contributions of international students. I can tell you in my riding of Willowdale, many international students are contributing to the growth of companies. I wanted to ask the Minister of Immigration if he could kindly inform the members of this House what he's doing to support international students and the growth of Canadian companies.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by saying thank you to my honourable colleague for his advocacy to grow the Canadian economy and to support international students. Canada has had one of the strongest economic recoveries of any developed nation in the world when it comes to bouncing back from COVID-19. Despite the fact that we've recently hit near the lowest unemployment rate, there were nearly 1 million jobs available in the Canadian economy that we need to fill. There are 500,000 international students living in Canada who can make contributions. This morning I announced we are lifting the hourly cap that students can work who can make a difference to the Canadian economy. It's a great day for international students. It's a great day for the economy.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Madam Speaker, Hadas Najafi, 22, is dead. Sarina Esmalzadeh, 16, is dead. Nika Shakarima, 16, died after telling a friend she was being chased by the IRGC. Her family was forced to lie publicly about her death. This bloodthirsty regime is clearly beyond the pale. Canada simply must do more. And so this is a very important question, Madam Speaker. At exactly what time today will this government finally do the right thing and list the IRGC as a terrorist entity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, Canada will always stand with Iranian women and all those who support them, including human rights defenders. Canada stands with all those standing up for the rights in Iran and the family of those lost in the downing of PS 752. We have some of the toughest and most comprehensive sanctions in the world against Iran. The IRGC Quds Force is listed as a terrorist entity. Iran is listed as a state sponsor of terror. Madam Speaker, we will hold the regime of Iran accountable for its crimes. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, I ask, is it a terrorist organization? It's been over 1,000 days and there's no decision yet. And during that time, this terrorist group has continued its activities legitimately here in Canada. I would like to remind you, however, that 55 Canadians died on flight PS 752. The IRGC, will it ever be recognized as a terrorist group, yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The status quo in Iran is dangerous. Women in Tehran are speaking up for their lives, for their rights and their future, and as a woman, I stand with them. There will be further consequences, and all options are on the table when it comes to what our government is going to do when it comes to Iran.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Amid increasing protests that have erupted, this government have been cowardly silent on why terrorist listings have not taken place for the IRGC. Murder is defined as the unlawful, premeditated killing of one human by another. It is imperative that this House follow through on the 2018 motion. Liberals voted for it, but haven't acted. Open-ended declarations of solidarity with protesters is not enough. Madam Speaker, when will this government declare the IRGC as a terrorist regime?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to what our government is doing, I would hope that honourable members across the aisle would work with us and not try to politicize the issue. We are taking action. In fact, Canada has the toughest and most comprehensive sanctions in the world against Iran. There will be further consequences. All options are on the table. Heckling me and my answer is not going to come up with a solution. Working with us will.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know the Prime Minister and his cabinet work diligently in the best interest of Canadians. On behalf of my constituents of Don Valley North, I thank them. Speaker, the Organization of American States is the oldest regional organization in the world. This is an important avenue for advancing Canada's goal to increase economic opportunities, strengthen security and institutions. This week, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Peru to attend the 52nd regular session of the OAS. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform this House of this important trip and its benefit on our relations with other American states? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member for Don Valley North for that question. This week, the Minister joined countries from across the hemisphere to address the challenges facing us all. She called for action in response to the human rights violations in Nicaragua and Venezuela. She pushed for solidarity with the Iranian women who are fighting for their future. And she held a discussion on the international response to the crisis in Haiti. Canada will always be there to promote and defend diversity, democracy, and human rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, poor mental health is a top threat to kids, with suicide being a leading cause of death for teens. But this devastating reality can be changed with government action to improve access to mental health supports. Too many kids cannot access supports because of costs or wait lists that are months and often years long. Every day the government delays action is another day kids don't get the help they need. When will the Liberals put kids first and follow through on their promises to fix mental health backlogs?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Obviously, suicide is something that we care deeply about, and we are working to improve the situation, and all of our thoughts are with families that have lost a loved one in recent times. It is important for Canadians to have access to the right services at the right time, and so we were working on setting up a 3-digit crisis line and a pan-Canadian service to fight suicide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, 6 months ago on April 5th, 2022, 5 Canadian crew members of Pivot Airlines were detained in the Dominican Republic for the crime of trying to report a crime. Will Canada impress upon the Dominican Republic authorities that bad guys rarely inform the police of a crime that they're doing? Can Global Affairs Canada at least do the bare minimum of updating its travel advisory for that country from exercise a high degree of caution to don't go there? Almost 900,000 Canadians vacation and spend their tourist dollars in that country. They should go elsewhere and visit a country that respects the rule of law.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I can assure my colleague that we are aware of the detention of Canadian citizens in the Dominican Republic. Madam Speaker, consular officials are providing assistance and are in contact with the families of the Canadian citizens. Our Prime Minister, as the member mentioned, questions about the pivot case, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have recently raised this situation with their Dominican counterparts. I am also directly engaged on this file. Madam Speaker, this is a priority for our government. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of question period. And for those who might be going home a little bit earlier, I wish them a happy Thanksgiving.
Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Commissioner of Lobbying on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2022.
Just want to ask members who are exiting to please exit quietly. Pursuant to Standing Order 108 sub 3 sub H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves that Bill S-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud today to rise to introduce Bill 222, which has come to us from the other place, and I thank the member from North Island Powell River for being my seconder. This is a small but mighty bill that asks the government to consider using environmentally friendly materials such as wood when building government infrastructure. It was my private member's bill C-354 in the 42nd Parliament when it passed through the House of Commons, but unfortunately died in the Senate when that Parliament ended. And I look forward to seeing this bill pass through this House once again and finally become law. I want to thank Senator Diane Griffin, who has championed the cause of this bill in the Senate over the past 5 or 6 years, and also to Senator Jim Quinn, who took up that cause after Senator Griffin's retirement this spring. Thank you very much.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill,
At the next sitting of the House.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
To present petition on behalf of residents of the North Okanagan, Shuswap and Canadians, noting that the government should focus on increasing support for mental health care and improving access to supports instead of offering medical assistance in dying for those with mental illness. Therefore, the undersigned citizens call on the government of Canada to stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying for those with mental illness. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Almost there. There you are. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I am tabling a petition that's been signed by over several hundred people across this country who really care about expanded polystyrene in our oceans. A lot of people think of it as styrofoam, but we know that those little particles get smaller and smaller and smaller, and they're getting into the infrastructure of our systems, and they provide tremendous damage. So the petitioners want to see that the marine environment is now protected and that we stop having these things in place and that the infrastructure that is out there no longer has this part of it. Sometimes it's encased, but it doesn't make a difference, Madam Speaker. It's getting out there and it's toxic to marine life. They wanted to point out that the Cathet Regional District and the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities have unanimously endorsed the prohibition of EPS in marine environments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak today, this afternoon, to present a petition on such an important and urgent issue.
Petitioners here are calling for the Government of Canada to take the climate emergency seriously. They are calling for reductions in emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030, to work to wind down the fossil fuel industry and its related infrastructure, to ensure that no new investments go into new infrastructure, such as the Trans Mountain Pipeline or drilling in Bay du Nord. The petitioners have a long list, Madam Speaker. I'll just summarize by saying they want to see accessible and affordable public transit, housing that is energy efficient, and that we work towards a just transition for workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Remember the vile anti-Semitism of Laith Marouf, who received over $500 million from this government for anti-racism training. Petitioners are demanding that an investigation under the Inquiries Act take place and for all of those findings to become public in this House. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to present this petition signed by a number of residents in Flamborough-Glanbrook. We're calling on the government to expedite the delivery of reliable internet service to rural Canadians. People are experiencing inconsistent, inadequate, and sometimes non-existent internet, and this is something I can speak to very directly because I have very intermittent internet service in our own home, plus recently had a very frustrating conversation with a neighbor. So the majority of residents have a very basic level of 50/10. In 2022, Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable, and waiting another 3 years is even more unacceptable, so let's make high-speed internet happen a lot sooner. Thank you.
Petitions. Présentation de pétition. The questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If a revised response to question number 662, originally tabled on September the 20th, 2022, could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Qu'y-a-t-il à la Chambre?
Does the House agree to have the mentioned question become an order for tabling of documents and that documents be tabled immediately? Yes?
Il en est ainsi.
It is so agreed and ordered.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-31, Cost of Living Relief Act No. 2, targeted support for households, and on the amendment of Mr. Jennis.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Sudbury.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
I am pleased to have the opportunity to talk about the proposed C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. As announced by the Prime Minister on September 13, 2022, our government has committed to bring forward measures that should make life more affordable to those who need it the most. As a part of Bill C-31, and if the bill is passed without amendments, the government has committed to implement a proposed benefit called the Canada Dental Benefit. The goal of this benefit is to help Canadians with the cost of dental care and to get more money into the pockets of Canadians who need it as quickly as possible. The federal government believes that Canadians deserve access to dental care and excellent oral care, which is why I firmly support this proposed legislation. We all know that having access to quality dental care is an integral part of overall health, but it can be very expensive for Canadians who do not have dental insurance. Of course, this must change. Under the proposed legislation, and if the bill is passed as written, eligible Canadians with children under 12 years old would receive direct, upfront tax-free payments to cover dental expenses. Madam Speaker, this Canada Dental benefit would be in place while the government takes the necessary steps to build a comprehensive, longer-term national dental care program. Knowing that a national dental care program must be able to support approximately between 7 and 9 million Canadians, people whose situations are completely different, the government is proceeding cautiously by establishing this program in a phased manner. This allows the government to undertake the necessary steps in building this comprehensive, long-term dental care program for all the Canadians that need it the most. An effective and comprehensive national dental program requires discussion with all key stakeholders, and that includes provinces and territories as well as industry, to ensure that the upcoming program meets all needs and expectations. Madam Speaker, we must insist on one point. Implementing this Canada Dental benefit would allow the most vulnerable Canadians to access financial support as soon as possible in order to begin attending to some of their children's dental care needs. Now let's look at some of the detailed provisions contained in the proposed bill that we have on the table, provisions which are subject to the approval of Parliament. Families with children under 12 years old who have a net annual family income of less than $90,000 for 2021 would be eligible to apply for the Canada Dental benefit. The proposed benefit in Bill C-31 would provide eligible parents or guardians with direct, upfront, tax-free payments to cover dental expenses for their eligible children. Per year, $650 would be provided if the family's adjusted net income is under $70,000. $390 would be provided if the family's adjusted net income is between $70,000 and $79,999. And finally, $260 would be provided if the family's adjusted net income is between $80,000 and $89,999. Applicants in 2022 would need to meet some eligibility criteria to apply. Now, this would include, of course, having children or being the legal guardians of children under 12 years of age and receiving the Canada Child benefit for these children. Needing to attest that the children do not have access to private insurance which covers dental care. If applicants are covered by other government programs, they will need to certify that it is only partial coverage and that they will have out-of-pocket dental expenses for the dental procedures. Needing to have filed their most recent income tax and benefit return. In other words, in order to be eligible in 2022, it means applicants would need to have filed in respect of taxation year 2021. The Canada Dental benefit would be used for any dental care provided by regulated oral health professionals that are licensed to practice in the applicant's province or territory. The exact care covered by the benefit will be decided between the patient and their oral health care provider. Now, Madam Speaker, under the proposed legislation, and if the bill is passed, the Canada Revenue Agency would administer the payments and facilitate the application processes based on its experience with similar benefit programs and its ability to verify income. The CRA has significant experience in delivering essential benefits to Canadians, such as the Canada Child benefit. This expertise will allow the CRA to effectively administer the proposed dental benefit on behalf of the Government of Canada. The CRA is valued for its reliable and innovative execution of tax and benefit transactions. In other words, the CRA is ready to deliver a secure and user-centric experience to make it as easy as possible for eligible Canadians to get the money they need for dental care while protecting personal and tax information. I can assure all members in this House that the CRA never stops enhancing the security of its digital services to protect Canadians from fraudulent activity. As an example, security features include multi-factor authentication and making email addresses mandatory for those who use the CRA My Account. And of course, if the Bill C-31 is passed, the CRA would lean heavily on a range of existing tools from administrating other government programs, as set out in the draft legislation, to conduct compliance, verification, and collection activities. As an example, the CRA would ensure integrity and verify applicant eligibility, including applicants' incomes, child's age, and family relationship. Applicants will be asked to save their dental care receipts for a period of 6 years and to show that the benefit was spent on dental care as intended in case verification is required. And finally, Madam Speaker, Canadians can also be assured that they would receive helpful, fair, and trustworthy services thanks to the CRA's People First philosophy. So I encourage all Canadians who believe they could apply for this benefit to sign up for the CRA's My Account and direct deposit, and if it hasn't already been done. I also invite Canadians to update all of their information, such as their address and marital status, on the CRA's online services. However, if a prospective applicant does not have internet access, they can update the information and will be able to apply for this benefit by calling the CRA Contact Center. In closing, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support the proposed Canada Dental benefit, as it demonstrates the government's commitment to making life more affordable for Canadians and Canadians who need it most. We must remember that in April of this year, through Budget 2022, the Government of Canada committed $5.3 billion over 5 years and $1.7 billion ongoing to help with dental care for Canadians who are unable to access care because of the costs. So this proposed Canada Dental benefit is the first stone in the building of our national plan for our fellow citizens who cannot afford the cost of dental care. There are millions of them, and these Canadians deserve excellent oral health. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me. And I want to thank the member for her speech and for the time that she took to talk about the importance of especially dental care. I know in my riding, just over a year ago, I sent out a mailer talking about the need for dental care, and I was shocked by how many people responded. And Mr. Speaker, what was most surprising is how many people actually came to the door. I remember walking into the office and having 3 seniors waiting outside the door, all of them there to talk about their really important need for dental care and bringing in person the mailer that I sent out and their responses. So I'm just wondering if this member could indicate why her party that just, over a year ago voted against dental care are now in a position of voting for it.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
I would like to thank my honored colleague for her question, and I can tell you that I too heard the same things from the constituents in my riding as I was meeting with them. Making life more affordable for families across the country includes making oral health care accessible for all. And dental care, as I'm sure that she will agree, is an important part of overall health. Yet in Canada, only 1/3 of the population cannot afford it. And that's why our government is tabling this bill, and the Canada Dental benefit would provide dental care for uninsured Canadians. It is important because every Canadian deserves a good oral health care, and we will continue working with all our partners.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sudbury for her speech. With respect to this bill, well, Quebec has already had its own coverage for 10 years, and we have to keep in mind respect for provincial jurisdiction. So there's some doubts about this bill. Those checks won't necessarily improve the dental health of Quebecers. So I'd like the member to explain the reasoning behind it. The honourable member for Sudbury. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We're working very closely with all our partners. That includes the provinces and territories. As we know, all Canadians deserve good care because this is a key part of overall well-being. Our government is on track to keep its commitment when it comes to dental care. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you in the chair. I'd like to ask my colleague, when it comes to C31, this is just a small step toward the reality of having full dental care as part of our public health care system. It's just the first step.
Actually including, and will the government commit full dental coverage for all age groups in our National Health Plan?
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And this is a first step towards developing a full comprehensive dental program. But we felt that it was important to take this first step as Canadians who are vulnerable require this. I wanted to share with you some statistics that have recently come out over the needs that are just so important and why we are taking steps. A campaign led by the Canadian Association of Public Health Dentistry suggests that 1 in 5 people, and that represents 6 million Canadians, are not receiving needed dental care due to costs, and that only Canadians with financial resources or insurance can experience good oral health. That is why we've taken this first step. It is a recognized first step towards a broader plan. Thank you.
Il nous reste du temps pour une très courte question.
There's time for a very short question, 20 seconds if possible. The Honourable Government Parliamentary Secretary.
Compliment the member from Sudbury in her articulation of what is such a very important issue, and just ask her very briefly if she can just speak in terms of why the children under 12 in her constituency need this particular bill to pass.
En 20 secondes, l'honorable député.
In 20 seconds, the Honourable Member for Sudbury.
I'd like to thank my honoured colleague for his questions. We know that Canadians are feeling the rising cost of living, particularly through higher food prices and rent. And while inflation is a global challenge, we are helping families weather its impact by working to put more money back in the pockets of Canadians. The Liberal Party of Canada and NDP Supply and Confidence Agreement committed to launching a national dental care program. And the agreement identified launching a new dental care program for low-income Canadians as the first priority action under the healthcare stream of the agreement. And the program is restricted to families with an income of less than $90,000. It is very important because we know that every Canadian deserves...
I'm sorry to have to interrupt the Honourable Member. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charles Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-31. This summer I spoke with thousands of constituents from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, in person, over the phone, and at community events. I met with small businesses, not-for-profits, and families. The struggles I heard from people and small businesses are real and extensive. The fact that we are finally talking about the affordability crisis is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite have finally woken up and realized that there's actually a problem that has been very obvious to Canadians, with the exception of the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Inflation is a problem. Canadians are being hurt by it. And this Liberal government's policies are making things far worse. It's important to remember how we got here, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2020, the member for Carleton, who was at the time our Shadow Minister for Finance, said that Canada was about to face this problem of significantly increasing inflation. He said that the significant increase we are seeing in government spending was going to drive inflation. At the time, those concerns were dismissed by the government, including the Finance Minister, who actually said that she was more concerned about deflation than inflation. So she got that obviously very, very wrong. For 2 years, the government has been ignoring the cost of living crisis. But the election of the member for Carleton as leader of the opposition seems to have really focused the government's attention. Yet the government seems to have turned to a new form of denial. This new form of denial is for them to say, well, inflation, it's not our fault. And we have nothing to do with it. They say that inflation is happening everywhere and is the result of the invasion of Ukraine and such other events, or it's supply chain blockages, and it's really an issue of the challenges of global supply chains. Well, it turns out that the Prime Minister not thinking about monetary policy has had devastating consequences for Canadians. For instance, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Paul Beaudry, recently admitted in a speech just a couple of weeks ago that governments and central banks should have withdrawn stimulus measures sooner. That would have kept inflation in check. He said, it's likely a somewhat faster global withdrawal process could have made all countries better off. Just yesterday, Governor Macklem said, some of this inflation reflects global developments that we don't control, but inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada. The demand for goods and services here at home is running ahead of the economy's ability to supply them. The fact of the matter is that inflation was clearly an issue prior to the invasion of Ukraine. It is also hard to make sense of the claim that the global supply chains are responsible for instances where the goods are produced right here in Canada, yet the prices have been going up. Global supply chains can hardly be blamed for the escalating price of property and real estate that makes it increasingly difficult for Canadians to be able to afford housing. However, unfortunately, the measures the government has put in place are not moving us forward. They are not actually addressing the fundamental problem. In fact, in some respects, they are just making the problem worse. I can understand that there is confusion across the aisle when I say that. How can I say their well-meaning plan will not only not work, but will make things worse? This does not make sense to them. For those who truly believe that budgets balance themselves, I can understand that the concept of inflation must also be a difficult one. While the government says this legislation will tackle the real issues of Canadians in need of relief, the value of these supports on people's budgets will rapidly proceed to nothing. They will evaporate quickly because of inflation and the cost of living crisis. For 2 years, Conservatives have been warning the Liberal government about the consequences of its actions and how much it would hurt Canadians. And it is hurting Canadians right across the country right now, Mr. Speaker. While members opposite and their coalition partners in the NDP will undoubtedly pat themselves on the back for handing out $500 rent checks, which, by the way, most renters would not even qualify for, that is a mere fraction of the increased cost that Canadians are paying just to put food on the table. If the Prime Minister was serious about solving the housing crisis in this country, for instance, he would listen to Conservatives and increase the supply of housing. Our housing bubble is the second largest in the world. We've recently learned that the percentage of Canadians who own their own home is at its lowest level in over 30 years. We have the most land in the G7, yet we have the fewest houses in the G7 on a per capita basis. The Liberals can pat themselves on the back for spending all this money on housing, but when we look at the results, we have the fewest houses in the G7, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and among the highest prices, which have doubled under this government's watch. Now Canadians are paying half their paychecks just to put a roof over their heads. I think it's obvious that the government's housing policy has been a total and utter failure. Conservatives have been talking about precisely where the government could reduce costs, which would directly help to reduce the inflation that is shredding the value of people's paychecks and household budgets. The government could use a one-for-one rule. For every dollar spent, find a dollar of savings. It could cancel all planned tax increases, including paycheck tax hikes scheduled for January 1st and tax hikes on groceries, gas, and home heating scheduled for April 1st. It could cancel the escalator excise tax, which is also scheduled for April 1st. That's right, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals even want to increase the price of a beer. Shameful. Leaving those scheduled increases on the books will be catastrophic to Canadian and small business bank accounts. Besides government revenues from gas taxes and GST, the reality is they've already soared due to inflation. While kitchen cabinets are looking pretty bare, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal cabinet is pretty flush. And what's their brilliant solution? Let's send out checks to people to help them pay the new taxes the government just levied on them. It never ceases to amaze me how this government thinks raising taxes on Canadians will make life more affordable for Canadians. Let us change course today, Mr. Speaker. Instead of just printing more money, we need to produce more of the things that money buys. Produce more affordable food, energy, and natural resources here in Canada. And we need to build more houses. We need to remove the barriers that the Prime Minister has put in place. The bottom line is this bill fuels inflation and fails to address the government's excessive spending which caused this inflation crisis in the first place. Mr. Speaker, this legislation may be styled as an act respecting cost of living relief measures, but this is not a serious plan, not at all, to address the cost of living. It is more liberal smoke and mirrors. It's an empty PR exercise in the absence of any real plan, and that is why I will be opposing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Leader of the Government.
It's disappointing that the Conservative Party has made the decision that they're not going to be voting in favor of C-31, and what's worse yet, they're going to do what they can to stop the passage of this bill. There are people, members from Winnipeg, as I am. There are children under the age of 12 that are going to emergency healthcare services because they're not getting the dental work that's necessary. It's an affordability issue in many ways. This legislation is going to provide children under the age of 12 the opportunity to get much badly needed dental care. Why would the members of the Conservative Party oppose the children of Canada under the age of 12 being able to receive support in getting dental care work, Mr. Speaker, especially when we get so many children going to hospital in order to get surgery on dental work?
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
You know who's disappointed? It's the middle class and those working hard to join it. This government has let them down after 7 years of failed government policies. The reality is, if the government were really serious about the cost of living crisis, they would actually take our recommendations. They wouldn't be increasing taxes on Canadians at a time when prices are going up for Canadians. They would stop triple of the carbon tax. They would stop the paycheck tax. And for heaven's sake, Mr. Speaker, someone's got to tell them not to increase the price of beer again.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one point that right on inflation with regard to housing is a very concerning problem. But beyond the cost of housing that's risen by 20% in the Montreal region over the pandemic, there's also the problem of access to housing. So it's one thing to have affordable housing, but there has to be housing because there's demand and supply and all of that as well. There was a study in 2022, and we're talking about the Bank of Nova Scotia, and we're not talking about an organization that is necessarily investing in social housing, but it issued a report that in order to that 3.5 million housing units are required over the next few years in Canada. That's huge. The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question. It's a very good question. We have a housing crisis in this country, and the fact of the matter is that the supports, purported supports in this bill for rental won't go nearly far enough. Really, if the government really wanted to tackle the affordability crisis, it would stop the tripling of the carbon tax. It would stop the hike in paycheck taxes, and it would halt the excise tax increase and not bring in any new taxes. That's what would help Canadians the most at this very difficult time.
Questions and comments, and about with a minute, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
My colleague's speech was well thought out and prepared, and it was interesting to listen to the Liberal member talking about the poor kids, and I know we worry about children dearly in this part, but the reality, this legislation's come about because of a backroom deal between the NDP and the Liberals so that the Liberals can stay in power. Does this member not agree with me, and does he see other ways that we can help children?
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
My colleague for that very important question. You know, the reality is that this bill does nothing to help Canadians. What we need to be doing, and I hate to be sounding like a broken record Mr. Speaker, but the reality is we need to keep repeating this so that the government gets their heads around it. They can't be increasing taxes when prices are going up. And the best way to help children in this country is to leave a little bit more of their parents' paychecks in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. And that would be the best social support this government could provide. It needs to do it, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very short question, about 20 seconds. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. We are looking at an affordability crisis for Canadians, and when I look at C31, I see Band-Aid solutions. I see no reason to be against Band-Aids while we look at what comprehensive changes need to take place. Does the honourable member from Headingley, and I'm sorry for remembering his riding, not see that there's a benefit in providing some help now, even if it's not the totality of what's needed?
The Honourable Member, very quickly, please.
I think, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. The reality is I think we both have the same idea. We want to help Canadians, but we just disagree as to the best way to provide that help. On this side of the House, we think that Canadians are overtaxed. And the best thing the government could do right now is not raise taxes on Canadians when the cost of everything is going up. And so they need to not triple the carbon tax, not increase the paycheck tax, and stop charging more for beer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to stand today to speak to a very important bill, but that is not adequate.
The traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples unceded. We're on their land, Miigwech. Look, this bill, Bill C-31, represents two parts that attempt to help Canadians when times are tough. Part one deals with dental care and an interim dental benefit. Part two deals with rental housing and a one-time only payment to help low-income renters. It's hard to be against anything in this bill, Mr. Speaker. I want to approach the two parts, I hope, in equal measure in the time I have available. First of all, a dental benefit is something that no Green Party member of Parliament could be against. We were the first party to propose that dental care be brought into our public health care system. It was a central feature of our platform in 2015. We got it costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and it's an enormous cost, and we recognize that we would start, just as the government has done now, with dental assistance for children under 12 and move forward to take on more. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area, particularly because dentists as a profession are not keen on moving in this direction, the ones I've spoken with at least. But we know that dental care is an essential part of health care. Without adequate dental care, other illnesses can occur, other diseases can occur, and it really does create a poor start in life when our children can't get access to routine dental care. So I fully support Bill C-31's interim first step at dental care. It's, again, a baby step, but it's better than nothing, and it does fulfill, as we understand it, the confidence and supply agreement between the New Democrats and the federal Liberals. But I know my constituents are asking the question, with health care a crisis in this country, is this really the top of mind thing that we should be addressing? We know, and certainly in my community, many people do not have a family doctor. Many places across this country are having to see emergency services cut back, emergency wards closed some of the days, ambulance services less available. We are facing a significant public health crisis, and this bill, while focusing significant resources on dental care for children under 12, doesn't speak to the things that my constituents are most alarmed about. So I just wanted to flag that. I'm sure the Honourable Minister for Health is well aware that the healthcare system in this country is in crisis. It's practically in free fall. And it's not just a matter of money, with all due respect to my colleagues who say it's all about transfer payments. The province of British Columbia, which is where I live, has received transfer payment increases, but the quality of care hasn't increased with those payments. one of the local doctors in my riding put to me that what they want to see is measurable improvements in what they've termed, which I think is brilliant, the bed to bureaucrat ratio. Because they've seen money come in, and then talking to healthcare professionals, the layers between where someone's doing the work as a frontline healthcare worker and the number of bosses and layers of bureaucracy between that healthcare worker and the decision maker expands in layers, but healthcare doesn't get easier. One of my friends, who is a wonderful community nurse on Salt Spring Island, was telling me about going to visit a home where somebody needed help to get a vaccination for COVID. They couldn't come into the clinic. 2 nurses have to go out. 1 nurse does the vaccination, and the other nurse spends the time trying to handle all the paperwork that's required. She's with the other nurse, 2 nurses in the same house, and most of the work and most of the stress is the nurse who has to fill out the paperwork. We really need an emergency meeting of the Federal Minister of Health with all provincial colleagues to look at healthcare and listen to doctors, listen to nurses, and fundamentally rethink what we're doing in healthcare. It must remain public. It must remain single payer. We must not allow the emergency of the moment to allow any further, because it's not like it's new. We're seeing privatization creep into our public healthcare system, and that is an enormous risk. I will emphasize the risk for Canada versus a country like the UK in two-tier systems. Canada's deal with the United States was NAFTA, now CUSMA, means that healthcare in Canada is a market. It's not just about taking care of people. And the enormously, obscenely wealthy health insurance industry in the US that provides a lesser quality of healthcare than what we get in Canada looks north of the border. The more we allow privatization, the greater risk that we'll lose our public single-payer healthcare system. Turning to the second part of Bill C-31, which of course deals with rental accommodations, and again, a welcome short-term $500 benefit for rent paid on a principal residence in 2022. It's a Band-Aid. Let's look at a real solution, and that I want to compliment and thank my honorable colleague from Kitchener Centre, who has placed before us motion 71. This is an affordable housing strategy, not what C-31 offers, an affordable housing Band-Aid. This is an affordable housing strategy that targets the real causes of the enormous escalation of pricing in getting a roof over your head in this country. The motion starts by recognizing that it is a fundamental human right, recognized under our Canadian National Housing Strategy, and also under international human rights law, to have housing, and that housing must be adequate to people's needs. Now, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre, in his motion M71, identifies correctly the problem with housing and why the prices have escalated was we stopped having the price of a home. Again, I say home, not investment. The price of a home has historically always been tied to what a community can afford. If you're living somewhere where everybody's income is roughly the same, and that tends to happen across Canada, nobody's going to start charging $2 million for a community where the average income is $70,000 a year. You're just not going to start trying to sell a house there because you'd have no buyers. But when homes became disconnected and unrooted from place, when homes became a free-floating investment open to any speculator from anywhere, that disconnection, that commodification of the home into investment territory is when we started seeing massive escalation of pricing. Vancouver was ground zero for this, tied to money laundering, tied to crime, tied to all manner of nefarious activity, but it's spread. And we have targeted, and the member for Kitchener Centre in motion 71 targeted specifically real estate investment trusts. These REITs create investment opportunities, and they are not taxed appropriately. We need to actually ensure that REITs are no longer exempt from paying corporate income taxes. There is much more that we need to do with housing in making sure that it becomes more affordable. The current Liberal government and the budget that was tabled this spring takes some baby steps in looking at non-resident ownership. But there are other areas that we have not yet addressed, and I urge the government to look at the impact on available housing stock of the popularity of Airbnbs. Airbnbs create a tremendous opportunity for investors to buy multiple residential properties. And unlike the tourism industry, unlike the hotels and bed and breakfasts that have over decades had to pay for their insurance, train their employees, keep their employees with good wages. Right now, all of those regulated industries in tourism are being undercut by Airbnbs. They sound like they must be just the most lovely things in the world. They're just, it's as if you're playing in The Holiday with Kate Winslet, and you're just going back and forth to someone's home. This is not. This is a big business, and it is taking a lot of housing out of market availability for young families that want to buy a home, for people who want to rent a room in someone else's house while they come to do seasonal work in the Gulf Islands. Those properties are disappearing in Airbnbs, and we really do need to tackle that. I commend the government for bringing forward C-31, but I do not think it is preparing us for the economic storms that are likely to come. We have a number of warnings globally of a coming recession. We need to do much more. We need to tax the excess profits of those who are making a fortune while others suffer, particularly big oil. Get that $8 billion and redistribute it to Canadians who need it the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bay de Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. I really like the phrase debt or bed to bureaucrat ratio, but what I really want to ask her is something I think it's important. It's the debt to bureaucrat ratio. So both the current Bank of Canada Governor, Tiff Macklem, and the former Bank of Canada Governor, David Dodge, have both stated this week that inflation in Canada is a made-in-Canada problem. It's the fact that we have more money chasing lack goods. At the same time, I spoke before that since 2015, the government has hired 61,000 federal employees. It's really bloated itself. We're looking, obviously, at motions. We want to help everyone, but like you so eloquently stated, we have to do the basics, healthcare and housing. Can you please just let me know, do you agree that we have a debt to bureaucrat problem also in government, and we need to address that to solve inflation as much as anything else?
Je rappelle à l'honorable collègue qui...
I'd like to remind the honourable colleague that he must address his questions to the Speaker. And now, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Bay de Quinte.
Current information that we have from the Parliamentary Budget Office suggests that our debt to GDP ratio is not disturbing to the Parliamentary Budget Office. Now, I don't think we have adequately, it's interesting to know the statistic that he shared of 61,000 bureaucrats hired, because I look at Environment Canada, where when there was a 10% budget cut in 2012 in Parks Canada, those people have not been replaced. Some have been replaced in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, but I look at departments where we're not keeping up with this work, particularly in science-based departments. I do want to express the concern that most of what we see in terms of inflationary trends has been generated externally. Most has been the spike in fossil fuel prices caused by Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. There are many elements to our current economic distress, and I don't think government debt drives most of it.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable...
Questions and comments, the Honourable...
I'd like to
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For her intervention. And previous today, when we were debating C-31, we discussed a little bit about dental care, and I know the question about this being a first step. I'd like to know if she'd like to elaborate on what her thoughts would be in terms of a next step that we could look at in terms of dental care for all Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saanich.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I think it I would like to see amendments to the Canada Health Act to make it really clear that we understand that mental health is public health. Dental care is public health. And that we look at the totality
of what the World Health Organization definition of health has always been, a complete state of physical, mental, they even use the term spiritual health. We don't take care of Canadians, and I think if we're looking for a gap in our healthcare system, I think the opioid crisis and the mental health crisis point us in that direction, as much as I think it's important to take care of dental care. I think the steps that would be required to get to full dental care require really engaging with the dentistry professional community and with provinces to determine how we move forward to ensure that no Canadian, regardless of their age, lacks adequate dental care.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. I heard her mention that even if the dental care program isn't perfect, it's better to send money to people than nothing at all. And with a great deal of respect, I don't agree. In the program, a family that has insurance would be excluded from receiving money, even if insurance doesn't cover everything. And a family that pays just a little bit receives the whole amount. Wouldn't it be more effective to transfer the money to the provinces who could better meet the needs in the area of dental care and to better use the money rather than using it this way by the federal government? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands in 40 seconds. Thank you. And thank you to my dear colleague from Saint Jean for her question. I totally agree that there's an important role for the provinces, but unfortunately, I don't agree with the idea that it's only a decision to be made by the provinces. We must participate and we must collaborate at all levels of government in Canada, Indigenous governments, provincial and territorial and federal governments, and we must require that the healthcare system, the public healthcare system, be adequate for everybody's needs, for all needs. And if each province is able to decide, I fear for some people.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bay de Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand up here once again on behalf of the residents of Bay of Quinte. Canada's Bank of Canada governor finally admitted this week that inflation is a made-in-Canada problem, not just a global phenomenon. Quote from Mr. Macklin this week in a speech to the Chamber of Commerce in Halifax: "Some of this inflation reflects global developments that we don't control, but inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada." This echoes former Deputy Minister of Finance for the Liberal Party and former Bank of Canada David Dodge this week, or 2 weeks ago, who stated that inflation was increasingly a made-in-Canada problem. This unjust inflation is hurting Canadian families, and for Canada, a G7 nation, it is embarrassing that we're seeing our families affected by the lack of the essentials, the very basics that this government and this country should be looking after: housing, food, their paychecks, filling job shortages, and that includes our military and housing for our military. This made-in-Canada inflation problem is costing the average Canadian family. It's costing the average family with 2 children $11,000 a year. This inflation problem, this crisis in housing and healthcare and food shortages is really affecting our families to the core. Food bank usage is up. In my riding, it's up 30%, which correlates to a 30% rise in grocery bills. We have housing, a double of homelessness in my region, double, 500,000 alone in Belleville. And we have farmers who are struggling to pay their bills. We have this government's announcement of next year, which will be a turducken of taxes during Thanksgiving, triple of taxes, including the carbon tax, and for a lot of Canadian businesses, rises in interest rates as we see the bank trying to combat this inflation. Shouldn't Canada, a G7 nation, need to look after the basics? Shouldn't the government, but it's been proven that more money chasing less goods causes inflation, a made-in-Canada problem, have to look after the basics for its citizens? You know, that means that Canadian families right now are choosing between food, heat, medication, after-school activities. And don't they feel, and don't we feel, that government should have to do the same, that the government needs to choose where to put its money to be more active in investing in Canada and ensuring that we're looking after the basics, creating more hospital beds, doctors and nurse practitioners, making sure that our natural resources like our liquid nitrified gas can go to Europe and it can create jobs and bring money into this country. Should we make sure that we create housing for our military and ensure that we don't have a gap of 3,600 families waiting for housing in our military bases, right? And shouldn't we ensure that Canadians take home a greater paycheck? We're stuck here in Parliament debating and having on our side to say no to dental care in Canada, a G7 nation, because we've spent so much money except for taking care of the basics in Canada. We need to make sure when we're spending money that we invest into Canadian basics and the necessities that are helping all families all the time. And that means we're going to have to say no, just as families are saying no when it comes to their own bills, and some of them saying no to food or to housing, after-school activities, or anything else that Canadians need to make choices on for their families each and every day. And it is absolutely disheartening. Government's #1 job is to make sure it's taking care of Canadians' basic needs and ensure that when we're spending money, we invest in those things that Canadians will find helpful and that Canadians will find helps their daily lives and looks after their families. I want to talk about those things. For housing, we have 500 homelessness in the city of Belleville. And it takes one step to become homeless. Sometimes it's a domestic dispute. Sometimes it's a check that was missed on rental. Sometimes it's alcohol and addictions. And it's 3 steps to come out of homelessness. It means that we look at a shelter. It should be the basic need for all Canadians, that we at least have a roof over their heads, which would be a shelter. But second is transitionary housing. We have an incredible transitional house in Belleville by the shelter called Grace Inn, and it's called the Shiloh House. And it's 6 rooms, and they are helping homeless out of shelter transition into rental. And they can actually help up to 60 units, and it's not easy. They have transitional programs for mental health and addiction. They have help with employment and keeping a job, and they're ensuring that people are looking after themselves. And I toured it a few weeks ago, and it's empowering to talk to the individuals who are finding themselves into a transitional house and eventually will find rental and find homes for themselves. But it's not as simple as just throwing money at the situation and thinking that's going to fix our homeless situation. The very basics of having a shelter and being able to find yourself in a home takes 3 steps. That means that we have to work harder at it. We can't just throw money. We have to ensure we're working with Canadians, with our municipalities, and with our provinces to move people out. The 3rd step is affordable housing as a whole. This country is short 1.8 million homes compared to the median average of our G7 friends. And we know that affects supply. When we look at average affordable rental housing units or affordable rent, it has to be about $700 or $800. Now, I'm a hotelier. I built hotels in the past, and I can tell you that the travesty in our housing right now is we're not seeing affordability when it comes to building homes. The average affordable housing unit that I've seen in Canada is well over $280,000 a unit. In 2015, I built a hotel, it was a Town Place Marriott, for $135,000 a door. That's with a pool, that's ensuring there's a kitchen in each room, it's ensuring it had the utmost of everything you could have. But affordable housing is so expensive that it's $265,000 just to build a unit. And there's no way when a developer builds an affordable housing unit for $265,000 a unit that they can provide a rent that's $700 or $800. Even if they do 50%, even if they get all the funding from the CMHC, they still have to charge $1,200 to $1,500 plus for that rent. We have to find innovative ways that Canada can build affordable rental units so that our citizens can afford affordable market rent. Housing is a huge issue. It's top of my mind. I'm very passionate about it, but it's something that we need to invest in and spend more time in. And of course, housing should, shelter should come before dental care. Let's fix housing and make sure that's a priority. Food for our families. The average family spends more money in taxes than they do for food and shelter and housing. In Canada, a G7 nation. And when we look at the fact that we have people lined up for our food banks and what we look to need to feed those farmers, or for those people through our farmers. Our farmers are the most important part of that mechanism. Our farmers should be invested in and looked after. Instead, what we're hearing this week is farmers are paying $45,000 as an average to the carbon tax per year, but only getting back $862 as a rebate. So farmers, who we depend on to make our food, and by the way, by 2030, the world needs 1.5 times the food we have now. They need 50% more food. And who makes the food? Who have the animals? Who has the farmland? Who fishes? It's farmers, and it's our farming industry. They need to be invested in. They have great technologies that'll help them use soil and produce double the yields. They have good technologies that'll help them save on labor, because good luck finding laborists right now, good finding employment with 1 million jobs open in this country. We need to invest in farmers and to make sure that's there. And my last point is job shortages. 1 million jobs short in this country, which is costing this country $30 billion and spiking inflation, because if you can't get someone to truck your food, make your food, and be there to serve your food, then inflation goes up because, you know what, you have less. More money, chasing less goods. That's a made in Canada problem. Madam Speaker, we need to invest in Canadians. Unfortunately, we have to make decisions, the hard decisions, to make sure we look after the basics. That means saying no to some things, looking at our future. We need doctors. We need laborists. We need to help our farmers. We need to make sure we get shelters and housing for our families. That's what we should be focusing on, and that's what Canadians need to be focused on in this government, and that's what we're going to do in this side of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member makes reference to the issue of inflation, and there's no doubt there are a number of measures that we are taking because this government takes inflation very seriously, even though when you compare us to the United States, to England, to Europe, Canada has a lower inflation rate. So unlike what the Conservatives try to portray to Canadians, we are doing relatively well in comparison to the rest of the world. Having said that, we are bringing forward measures to provide relief to people that are going through the inflation, which is everyone. The bill we're debating today provides relief for renters, and it also, in the form of support, $500, and it also provides a framework for children under the age of 12 to get dental care. That's badly needed. Why is the Conservative Party not only voting against this legislation, but they're going to filibuster it?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the House Leader. It's very interesting, but I don't know how, when you're talking to your residents at the door and you're telling them that inflation is higher in UK, that's helping the family that has to choose between rent, groceries, and shelter. I don't understand how you think they understand that. Residents are hurting, and they want to hear relief for those top things. They want to know that their taxes are going to be lowered, and they're going to have more money in their back pocket at the end of the day. We can't spend all the money and do all the things and expect that these Canadians are going to be helped on all steps of the way. It's been proven. The Bank of Canada governor said that spending the money that we've spent, more money chasing less goods, has resulted in Canadians spending over $900 a month more than they did in 2019. So if your answer is to continue doing what we're doing, if you want to make it $1,800, $2,000, our answer is rein it in. Let's get focused.
I have to allow for more questions, but I also will remind the member that he's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to members. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague who seems concerned about the matter of housing. I appreciate that. I think his comments on that are relevant. But then he says the government, well, we can't just spend money to resolve this issue. One of the problems now with the federal government's program is that a lot of money is being sent to private promoters to make housing that's expensive in Montreal. Housing that people who really need housing can't afford. At a certain point, the government will have to invest in building housing that people will be able to afford. What does he think of that?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Merci beaucoup pour my...
Thank you very much to the honourable member.
A misnomer that government builds homes. Government doesn't build homes, people build homes. And so when I've talked to developers in our region, and I've spent a lot of time on housing, being a hotelier myself and building units, you know, the best programs that we can do for a government are 0% interest loans that allow developers to look at solutions that they can build and able to make sure they don't lose $1 million when they're building a unit, but allows them to hopefully to build more units that they then can offer for lower rents. I mean, rental is what we need. We talk about 1.8 million homes. When we talk about people finding themselves at our shelters, they need transitional housing, but it's rental. And the other big thing with hotels that we've learned, the more rental we have in Canada, if a landlord is stuck with an empty unit and there's 4 other empty units, they're going to lower a lower price point for that unit to rent it. We just need more of them. Let's help developers build more rental units. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question, the honourable member for Nunavut.
The population of Nunavut is about 40,000 people. This bill, if passed, will help more than 2 million people. That is more than triple the amount of how many people that live in Nunavut. Why is the member against targeted measures that will help all these millions of people in Canada?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my member from Nunavut. We're not. Yesterday, the Conservative government voted for targeted tax decreases to our most vulnerable. And you know, when we look at how we can help Canadians, we've looked at targeted measures. We just can't do all of them, because at the end of the day, if families, and I know that the member from Nunavut spoke yesterday about the increase in costs of food, and in Nunavut, I believe it's the highest in the region. We need to look at that cost. I mean, when it looks at the broadest, most population, how do we help get food to Nunavut and to help those populations? So that, I think that's the bigger necessity, and I would focus more on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must be naive. I imagine I'm a little bit naive. I believe in unicorns and fairies. When I entered politics, I said to myself, we're the opposition. We'll rise up in committees in the House and propose solutions, and other parliamentarians, the government, will collaborate with us, and together we'll find great ideas to help people. And then we'll get to solutions and bills that will be so good. People would be wanting to vote for everyone because they worked together and produced good results. What a great legislature, great parliament collaborating. That's what I thought. Can you believe how naive I was when I entered politics 3 years ago? I thought that would happen. That's what I was expecting. I believed in that, in democracy, in collaboration. I bring this up because the speech I'm about to make, well, I made it 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, 3 months ago. I spoke here in this House about housing. We proposed solutions. I talked about how needs are great, how they're pressing, how it makes no sense what the government is doing. They're not opening doors for people who really need them. I made this speech over and over again. And once again today, I have to say, well, I have to make the same speech again. Madam Speaker, the housing crisis is a major crisis. There are 3 major crises in Canada right now. The linguistic crisis, we saw the statistics, the numbers from Statistics Canada. French is doing poorly throughout the country. The climate crisis, we've talked about that. The government continues to invest in projects that don't make any sense. Baie du Nord, it's a catastrophe. The Director General of Revenue said it needs to stop. It's criminal to keep developing oil, taking oil out of the ground. It's not just Greenpeace saying this. The director of the UN said that. That means something. They're talking to government and leaders and asking them to make sensible decisions for the word. We've learned that they spent $17 billion on Trans Mountain. $17 billion. There are companies in my riding that are developing batteries. People want to create electric cars and buses. That's the energy of the future. The jobs of the future. Well-paying jobs. But we say it over and over again, but nothing happens. The spirit of collaboration that I naively expected from our debates, well, I don't see it. And then there's the housing crisis. Listen. I might have to act this out because I've said it so many times. Maybe I have to sing it. 3.5 million units that Scotiabank says we need. My colleague was giving a number earlier, but Scotiabank says 3.5 million. I had talked with someone from CMHC at a seminar in Laval organized by the young mayor of Longueuil and the young mayor of Laval. In Quebec right now, in the last campaign a year ago, there were young mayors who've emerged, who have their heart in the right place, who want to contribute solutions and serve people when it comes to climate change, protecting wetlands and housing. They want to propose pragmatic solutions, and I want to congratulate them. I like working with them. They have their heart in the right place for the issue of housing. I spoke at one of those seminars with someone, an economist from CMHC, and it was fascinating when he said, if we do nothing in Quebec, let's just take Quebec. In the next 10 years, if we do nothing, as my colleague said, if we let builders and promoters do their work, they'll build 500,000 units, all sorts of doors, condos and units. There will be some building, 500,000. But to get, and we're at the lowest, and for the number of housing units per 1,000 residents in the G7. It's around 427, and it's gone down to 424. This is Canada, a G7 country. This is what the crisis is. This is the crisis.
If private promoters are left to their own devices, whether the government intervenes or not, they're going to build 500,000 new housing units. So the two issues are accessibility and affordability. But we would need 1.1 million new units in Quebec alone, so 600,000 more. So the government is going to have to intervene to get those extra 600,000 units built, because the private sector will only build half that. According to CMHC, at the start of the year, the national strategy, the $72 billion national housing strategy, the government said we're going to build there's going to be tons of new housing starts with all that money. But the fact is that money includes provincial and municipal and other investments. But according to CMHC, only 35,000 new units have been built. We're halfway through the funding period, and Quebec needs 600,000 new units alone. That shows how far off we are. Let's say we even 100,000 new units had been built. That's still so far from the target. The government has to get down to work. I must be dreaming. I saw something that really impressed me and impressed everyone. The former mayor of Vienna came to speak to us. Vienna, 100 years ago, they said housing was a problem. We have to invest in it. The government has to invest in housing. So today in Vienna, 62% of the housing is social housing. 62% of the housing is social housing, and they finance that with a 1% tax on surrounding housing. you should have seen how how amazing that housing is. There's doctors and engineers. There's not just poor people living there. There's psychologists, workers, all kinds of people. There's a real social mixing there. There's bike paths. There's organic shops and so on. It's a dream, but we're so far off. We're so far away from that, and yet the money's there. The measures have been put in place, but but we still have a crisis. And that crisis, because at some point the government understood the need to invest in social housing after World War II. There are all these new programs. But then at some point the government said, no, we're not doing that anymore. We're getting out of the housing business. And so the government just, after believing in its importance, the government turned its back. And after 1993, if the government had continued to invest at the same rate they had beforehand in Quebec, there would be 80,000 more social housing units than there currently are. So that's the shortfall, 80,000. But that didn't happen. Just in Longueuil alone, it would cost $500 million to solve the housing crisis. So there's 2,000. There's a shortfall of 2,000 units in Longueuil, and the $500 in this bill. It's not a bad thing. Who can oppose that? But if we had invested earlier, we wouldn't have to be cutting checks for $500 today. I'm not an economist. There's brighter minds than mine can explain this to you. But if we had more units today, it would be costing us less. So you don't have to be a genius to figure that out. But that's what we have to do. We have to invest in housing. Of course, we're in favor of the $500 that this bill would provide, but it's not a constructive solution. It's not going to solve the housing crisis that we're faced with today. A $500 check or $700 maybe tomorrow or $800 the next day, that's not going to solve anything. It's a Band-Aid solution. We need constructive solutions to deal with the biggest crisis Canada has ever faced since Confederation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would really like to thank the member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his speech. They're always so enthusiastic and entertaining and really on point. I have to agree with everything he said pretty much. And I agree that this is the $500 for the rental supports is, basically a part-time solution, just like the dental care solution in this bill is basically a down payment on a real program that will help all Canadians. And, I just really, this is more of a comment because I was going to bring up Vienna as an example, and then he mentioned it. So I think we here in Canada have to look beyond our borders and certainly beyond North America for the solutions we need for the housing crisis. One of our problems is we live next to the United States, which doesn't provide a lot of those solutions. But I just wanted to thank him for that speech.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I'm not sure whether there was a question in my colleague's comment, but I'd like to thank him for the compliment. Look, what should I say? Well, I talk about homelessness while I'm at it, because when we talk about homeless housing, I guess we need to talk about homeless people in the streets too. So there's a resource in my riding that's very important, that's been funded by the government, but we don't know whether the government will continue to fund that organization that supports the homeless. So there's the Rapid Housing Program, which is a good measure. So the government should continue to support that. It's a program that the government should actually invest more heavily in.
For Bruce Gray and Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, I'll follow similar to the NDP member and thank the Bloc colleague for a very exciting, passionate speech. I'd agree on the housing issues, and especially his comments that this is just a Band-Aid solution that's being put forth. It doesn't get to the root crux of really we need more housing, we need more rental units across Canada. One of the issues that I've talked about with my constituents when I've had a housing task force meeting that they seem to be okay with, even the developers, et cetera, that in order to increase more affordable units across the country and across the riding is putting a bit of a mandate that for developers that they got to sort of hedge so many units to be affordable. The biggest concern and pushback I got was as long as it's the same for everybody. Has the member heard similar stories in his riding?
Honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. There's not much time left. Well, that comes under municipal or cities' powers, and some have done this. In Montreal, they've done this, but there's problems because often promoters, developers try to get out of their agreements to make so many social housing units. So often the developers they don't keep their word. Instead of providing the 20% they committed to, they'd rather pay the fine and build condos for wealthier people. So it's not a perfect solution, but it's not a bad idea either.
Alors, je vais allouer une petite question.
Does anyone have a very short question? I've got time for one last short question. Questions and comments? No? Okay. It being 1:30, the House will now undertake the study of private members' business according to today's order of paper.
And reading of Bill C-281, International Human Rights Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Ruff, moves that Bill C-281, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Sergei Magnitsky Law, and the Broadcasting Act and the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and my apologies on putting you through such linguistic gymnastics towards the end of the session this week and right before Thanksgiving. On that note, I'd like to wish everyone in this chamber and everyone across the country a happy Thanksgiving. And I am honored today to rise with respect to my private member's bill, which is Bill C-281, the International Human Rights Act. But before I get into the substance of the speech, I'd like to start by thanking some important people who have been critical to getting this bill to the floor of the House of Commons. One, I'd like to thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who was instrumental in working with me and coming up with the idea and working alongside and his constant fight for people around the world and pushing for the good causes of human rights. I'd also like to thank the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, who was a driving force behind getting the Magnitsky Act in Canada. His tireless, relentless work for the people of Ukraine is admirable, and I thank him very much for laying the foundations for what most of this bill deals with. So, to get into the substance of this legislation, as Canadians, we are incredibly fortunate. We live in a country where democratic and human rights are almost taken for granted. Sadly, there are billions of people in this world who do not have the comfort and security knowing that their minimal basic human rights are protected. Many of them spend nearly every waking hour wondering what action will the government take, what steps is the government taking against them to violate their human rights, to cause them and themselves and their family members pain. They live in waking fear of the government just because they want to express their beliefs, their thoughts, or they just want to be their authentic selves. Well, it certainly may be naive to believe that legislation created here or in any parliament around the world can bring peace and security to peoples everywhere. But it doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that we shouldn't start along that journey, that we can't start that journey towards providing basic human rights wherever you live. Whether you're born in Canada or you're born in Venezuela, everyone should have access to those basic human rights, and no one should have to live in constant fear of their government. To get into the substance of my bill, my private member's bill seeks to do two primary things through 4 significant amendments. One is it seeks to help the government hold to account some of the worst violators of human rights in the world. Secondly, it seeks to provide a little bit more peace, a little bit more security to people in Canada and around the world. As I said, the legislation contains at least 4 significant amendments to help those who want to protect the vulnerable in Canada and around the world. So, I'll start with the first section, of course. The first section imposes certain reporting requirements on the Minister of Foreign Affairs in relation to international human rights. This includes the requirement of a publication about their activities every year, and which in that report will include the names and the circumstances of individuals that the Canadian government, the Department of Foreign Affairs, is working for, advocating for their release because they are prisoners of conscience, being held simply because of the beliefs that they have, the thoughts that they want, and the betterment often of their countries. These reporting obligations are not in any way meant to restrict or obstruct the Department of Affairs and the important work they do. Rather, this section is designed to support the department, as we believe if we can breathe more air and more oxygen into the room, that NGOs and the public are in better position to pressure these governments around the world to release these individuals who are working so hard for the betterment of their countries, fighting for human rights, fighting for freedom of expression, fighting for freedom of speech. We ultimately believe as conservatives that sunlight is nearly always the best disinfectant, and that by raising public awareness in Canada and abroad that the incarceration and sometimes sadly the torture of prisoners of conscience, people who are suffering human rights violations, we can help drive that out. We can change potentially and lead to the freedom of prisoners of conscience, the advocates of democracy, advocates for women's rights, advocates for LGBTQ rights, and advocates for freedom. We firmly believe that if we can get this more into the public sphere, if Canadians know of the suffering that is going on around the world, that they will become more engaged and more involved. And we can bring people like the 2 Michaels home earlier, and that we can reduce that suffering for Canadians, and really many, many people around the world who are being held, like I said, just simply for being who they are. The next section deals with the Magnitsky Act. The Magnitsky Act is, of course, named after Sergei Magnitsky. Sergei was a relentless champion fighting against Russian corruption at the time. He saw his country, unfortunately, governed too often by corruption, and he pushed hard and fought back. Unfortunately, the consequences for him were very dire. He was imprisoned. His medical conditions were completely ignored by his captors. Eventually, he was tortured and beaten to death for fighting corruption. So in his name, the Magnitsky Acts are around the world. They've been passed by parliaments in Canada, the United States, amongst various other countries. And what the Magnitsky Act seeks to do is it seeks to put sanctions on individuals who are human rights violators, so that these people can't just walk around our world scot-free, not being able to pay the price or any accountability for the horrible actions that they have committed against some of the best people humanity has to offer. And so what my private member's bill, what it seeks to do is to amend the Magnitsky Act to make sure that within 40 days of either the House of Commons or the Parliament passing a motion to sanction an individual or group of individuals, that the Department of Foreign Affairs will have to report back within 40 days. That will enforce a greater degree of accountability. If in fact either the Senate or the House of Commons or both have deemed the fact that Magnitsky sanctions should be enforced, I think it is at least reasonable for the Foreign Affairs Department to come to a parliamentary committee and explain the reasons. Why is this individual not being sanctioned, or why is this individual being sanctioned? These are, once again, some of the individuals committing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. And if the will of the Parliament which ultimately the House of Commons is the will of the people. The 37 million people is that person be sanctioned. The very least that the Department of Foreign Affairs should be able to do is within 40 days come to a Parliament committee and explaining. This bill doesn't even go so far as to say that we force the Department of Foreign Affairs to sanction. All it's asking is an explanation of why or why not, which makes sense because in some cases there may be legitimate reasons of why they're not. I can't foresee any, but all we're asking is that they explain it. We thoroughly believe that by having this accountability mechanism, by having this reporting mechanism, Madam Speaker, we will get more individuals sanctioned. Because right now, we're not getting enough people sanctioned underneath the Magnitsky Act. Initially, in 2018, when the Magnitsky Act was passed, we got a flurry of individuals. Individuals in Myanmar, Russia, Venezuela, etc., were all sanctioned. But since then, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, we've had very little activity from this government on that front. And in fact, we've had zero. Absolutely no one has been sanctioned underneath the Magnitsky Act since its initial sanction, since the last one was in Saudi Arabia. But since then, we have not had any. So we want to put this reporting, this accountability mechanism in place to encourage the government to utilize the tools that they have to make sure that those individuals who are committing the most vile of crimes, who are violating people's human rights, activities we've seen in places recently like Iran and Russia, that they have to explain why or why not are you not choosing to sanction these individuals. And at the very least, even if we don't encourage the government to sanction more people, which we hopefully do, we'll be putting more transparency and accountability around the Magnitsky sanctions, which, as I said, the Magnitsky sanctions, as have been reported by many individuals, is actually our most powerful tool to enforce human rights around the world. And so if we're not using it, we should at least know why. In fact, Bill Browder, who's one of the biggest drivers of the Magnitsky Acts, not just in Canada, but around the world, in creating and enforcing the Magnitsky Act, actually said before a committee of this very Parliament that the lack of use of the Magnitsky Act sanctions actually should have a parliamentary review. Well, we're acting on Mr. Browder, who's great advice, and in this PMB, we are asking for a 40-day review anytime this House or the Senate deems that Magnitsky Act sanctions should be scheduled or put in place. Sorry. The next section is the Broadcasting Act. The Broadcasting Act, in our it amends the Broadcasting Act to prohibit the issue, amendment, or renewal of a license in relation to broadcasting that is vulnerable to being influenced by a foreign national entity that has committed acts or omissions that the Senate or the House of Commons has recognized as genocide, or is subject to the sanctions underneath the Magnitsky Act or underneath the Special Economic Measures Act. So the Special Economic Measures Act, we've already defined what the Magnitsky Act is. The Special Economic Measures Act is the legislation of which this government has imposed sanctions recently on Iran, and we thank them for doing so. We continue to ask for them to list the RGC as a terrorist organization, but at least they've gone this far, and we look forward to them taking a stronger role. And quite frankly, I look forward to their support on this legislation as a way of demonstrating that this government is serious about protecting human rights around the world. So as we get back, though, to the amendment on the Broadcasting Act, what this, in layman's terms, what this amendment does is it takes an important step in preventing those countries around the world that are either committing genocide or have been found guilty of the most significant of human rights violations from utilizing Canadian airways to spread their propaganda. The government of Canada actually formally removed the Russia Today and FT France from the list of non-Canadian programming services and stations authorized for distribution on March 16, 2022, on the basis that the distribution of the service was not in the public interest, as their content appears to constitute abusive comment since it tends or is likely to expose the Ukrainian people to hatred or contempt on the basis of race, national or ethnic origin, and that their programming is antithetical to the achievement of the policy objectives of the Broadcasting Act. They had to take this broad approach because they needed to, and Conservatives applaud and support the CRTC's decision to pull their license. But they had to take this broad approach in their definition because there was no current mechanism to pull Russia TV or when they were clearly using Canadian Airways just to spread their propaganda. This amendment would actually give the CRTC an appropriate mechanism so they don't have to try and wiggle around the existing legislation. They'll have a specific tool to say, hey, country X, you are committing genocide. You are spreading your propaganda in our country. We don't believe that you should be spreading that propaganda in our country, instead of having to sort of gerrymander around the rules in order to pull off this obvious propaganda, which is there for malicious and nefarious reasons. So we believe that this modest amendment will allow us to allow the CRTC to protect vulnerable Canadians.
1 minute and a half.
Perfect. The last part of this legislation is the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act. Currently, cluster munitions kill thousands of people around the world. And in fact, recently there was an increase because the Russians have used them in Ukraine. And 97%, fully 90% of those caught by these submunitions, which is basically a bomb that blows up and puts smaller bombs all over, 97% of the people who are caught by that were civilians. Of that, 90 of those individuals were children. This is not a weapon of war. This is a weapon of terror that hurts civilian and it hurts specifically children. We need to get these banned, and that's why I'm proud that Stephen Harper took the first step. This step would also deny financing to those companies that are building and producing cluster munitions. And so it prevents it. This has been successful in other countries. And so Conservatives believe that this will have a great deal in reducing civilian and children casualties. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the House for what I anticipate to be overwhelming support to help make life a little bit more peaceful and a little bit more secure, and to hold those most awful perpetrators accountable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for his speech today and for bringing forward this bill. One of the areas of the bill that I was looking through is that it calls on the government to publicize a list of human rights defenders whose release the government is actively seeking. For human rights defenders in repressive states, this could not only impede diplomatic actions and our ability to support these individuals, but in a country with known reports of the use of torture could potentially endanger their lives. I'd like to ask my colleague across the aisle if he's aware of this and whether he's amenable to amending the bill so that as to not inadvertently endanger the lives of human rights defendants. Thank you.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the member for her thoughtful contributions, and certainly when we get to committee, I'm open to any amendments that would make this legislation better.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Northumberland, Peterborough South, for his proposal and his bill. And I'd like to hear his ideas on cluster munitions. We know that the U.S. is not a signatory of the Dublin Convention. And the bill proposes to extend the number of people who would be subject to the prohibitions in Canada. And so I wonder what he would have to say about how to resist the lobby of the arms trade lobby in the United States to make sure that fewer people are actually subject to the bill. Does he share my concern?
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Merci.
Thank you for the very good question.
I'm working on it, I really am. Actually, I think the question is extremely well framed, and I actually ran a little bit short of time, and I wanted to talk about this, so I thank the member for the opportunity. Political pressure has been shown to be incredibly powerful. Textron, which is one of the largest arms manufacturers located in the United States, stopped producing cluster munitions because they specifically stated political pressure. So when we do things like this legislation, which prevents the funding through Canadian businesses of cluster munitions, not only do we have a hard line in stopping them, but we also continue to ramp up the political pressure, which I would be glad to work along this side, the member, and to stop the manufacturing of cluster munitions throughout the world.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for introducing this important bill. Canada has not yet responded to the United Nations call for Canada to develop an international human rights action strategy, and I wonder if the member would agree to amend the bill so that it requires Canada to develop such an important strategy.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
As I said to the other member, I'm happy to have discussions in committee about any amendments that make the legislation better. I'm not overly familiar with the issue that the member raised, but I'm happy to sit down and would love to go to her home riding and actually discuss it there.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing this legislation here to the Chamber. I'm proud to have seconded it. My question is around the Magnitsky Act and just the importance of it. He highlighted clearly why it's so important, but specifically he did indicate that it hasn't been used near as well or as much as it could be. And I want him to elaborate on what that does to Canada's reputation on the international stage as a leader for defending human rights right across this globe, and how by us taking these actions it would be much more beneficial and why it's so important. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Brief answer from the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. As we want to continue to project Canada's image as a country that is there to protect the most vulnerable and to fight for human rights. And every time that we don't go forward when we should with imposing of the Magnitsky schedule, that reputation unfortunately takes a little damage.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. No, sorry. Longueuil Charlemagne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to take a moment to wish Happy Thanksgiving to all of the members in the House, all of the employees.
Giving to everyone, and I hope they have an opportunity to spend some time with their loved ones this holiday weekend. Madam Speaker, Canada's commitment to uphold human rights abroad, as well as policies and actions undertaken to protect these rights internationally, are a frequent focus of parliamentary attention. Recent events on the international stage have continued to shed light on grave and reprehensible human rights violations, and our government has promised to continue to explore all options when it comes to holding those responsible to account and defending human rights here and around the world. Therefore, I welcome the opportunity to elaborate on Canada's active engagement in advancing international human rights efforts globally, including with regard to human rights issues raised in Bill C-281, which was introduced in the House of Commons by the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. Bill C-281, entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act, and the Broadcasting Act, would amend various pieces of legislation on which I will expand. I believe MPs around the room can agree that Canada should continue to uphold its commitment to human rights in a strong and meaningful way. Madam Speaker, we know that only so much can be changed in the halls of power without the active and meaningful engagement of those whose human rights have been violated or who are in situations of particular vulnerability. Change cannot last, nor can our policies be effective. That is why Canada continues to engage with Indigenous peoples, diaspora communities, activists, women's rights organizations, civil society, journalists, and human rights defenders. Without their lived experience, their expertise, and their efforts to promote and protect human rights in Canada and around the world, human rights violations and abuses would remain unacknowledged. Voices at Risk, Canada's guidelines on supporting human rights defenders, is a clear statement of Canada's commitment to supporting the vital and courageous work of human rights defenders. The guidelines outline Canada's approach and offer practical advice to Canadian diplomats to support human rights defenders. They reflect the experience gained by Canada through multilateral and bilateral engagement and are informed by the work and advice of Canadian civil society organizations and human rights defenders themselves. However, the colloquial term prisoner of conscience, as used in the bill, does not have an agreed international or domestic legal definition. Even labeling an individual as a human rights defender based on available definitions can be challenging in all but the most unambiguous cases. A publicized list that sets out the names and circumstances of human rights defenders detained worldwide for whose release the Government of Canada is actively working on may impede diplomatic actions and Canada's support for these individuals, potentially endangering their safety and, in more serious cases, their lives. I'd like to thank the member who introduced this bill for his agreement to be amenable to this bill. We should be mindful to apply the principle of do no harm that respects the well-being and privacy of individuals and needs to be considered before sharing information with the public. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada takes the matter of imposing sanctions very seriously. As stated by our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Canada will continue to coordinate with like-minded partners to seek to change the behavior of those who commit human rights atrocities. We consider autonomous sanctions as just one component of Canada's wider foreign policy options and in the protection of human rights. Canada is judicious in its approach to imposing sanctions both against individuals and against states, and is committed to their targeted and coordinated use when appropriate. Canada has established a rigorous due diligence process to consider and evaluate threats of international peace and security and possible cases of human rights violations or corruption anywhere in the world, within the context of other ongoing efforts to promote human rights and combat corruption. Madam Speaker, Canada has a history of taking action to rid the world of cluster munitions, including through our ratification of the Convention on Cluster Munitions, known as the Convention, in 2015, and by supporting demining efforts. We recognize the devastating impact they have on civilians, and we will continue to support a wide range of activities in this regard, knowing that these actions will actively save lives. Cluster munitions pose an immediate threat to civilians during conflict by randomly scattering submunitions or bomblets over a wide area. They continue to pose a threat post-conflict by leaving remnants, including submunitions that fail to explode upon impact, becoming de facto landmines. These explosives kill and harm victims around the world indiscriminately. International humanitarian law prohibits the indiscriminate use of any weapon, including cluster munitions, and prohibits the deliberate targeting of civilians. We call on all states to join the Convention and cease to use these weapons and destroy their stockpiles. We would also stress that non-party states already have a legal obligation during armed conflicts to refrain from indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks with any weapon, including cluster munitions. Canada is fully committed to the goals of the Convention and has ensured through the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act that we will meet all of the obligations of the Convention that require implementation through domestic law. Among other things, Canada cannot itself use, develop, produce, acquire, stockpile, or transfer cluster munitions, or expressly request their use when the choice of munitions used is within our exclusive control. Canada welcomes the large number of actions dedicated to gender mainstreaming within the Lausanne Action Plan, committing member state parties of the Convention to stronger gender inclusion in combating cluster munitions. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll now discuss a little bit the Broadcasting Act. Media can play an important role in the promotion of human rights. Communication regulators, like the CRTC, need to be mindful of their role in advancing regulation in the public interest, particularly when it comes to fundamental issues related to the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. As the CRTC recently stated, freedom of speech and a range of perspectives are a necessary part of our democracy. However, it is a privilege and not a right to be broadcast in Canada. Madam Speaker, our ability to address human rights issues as parliamentarians directly affects Canada's ability to create change and effectively impact other intersecting issues, including COVID-19, migration, climate, emerging tech, and counterterrorism, which all have human rights dimensions. Bill C-281 canvasses many of these intersecting themes. We look forward to working with the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, as well as with all members of this House to find concrete and durable solutions to address the human rights challenges of tomorrow. Thank you. Merci.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to Bill C-281 from the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, which has the relatively long but self-explanatory title. And as he said himself, it's a good exercise to say an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, known as the Sergei Magnitsky Law, the Broadcasting Act, and the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act. So I'll cut the suspense at the outset. At this first hour of second reading by announcing that my colleagues and I will vote in favor of this bill. Thank you. Indeed, the principle behind the bill is most commendable, as its provisions are aimed at better combating human rights violations around the world. I think that the bill is well worth debating, discussing, and perhaps improving, and I thank the member for his openness. So perhaps improving in committee, and I will even offer one or two questions or suggestions here that I hope will contribute to the committee's discussions. Bill C-281 proposes amendments to 4 existing statutes, and I propose to go through them one by one. The first act to be amended is the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, more specifically Section 10, which deals with the powers and duties and functions of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The bill seeks to add 2 obligations to the Minister: to publish annually a report summarizing Canada's actions to advance international human rights, and to publish annually a list of the names and status of prisoners of conscience who are detained around the world and who the Government of Canada is actively seeking to have released. On the first point, we see this as a way to ensure that when the department makes an announcement, for example, it is followed by concrete action. As we have seen in recent history, the Department of Foreign Affairs has not always had a stellar track record of walking the talk. After announcing a freeze on the assets of Russian oligarchs in the spring, it was subsequently impossible to know whether the assets had indeed been frozen or even who was responsible for dealing with the freeze. Subsequently, after announcing that the assets could be liquidated to help Ukraine financially, it was revealed that the bill was unlikely to be implemented. In short, in the case of sanctions, for them to work, they must be implemented, not just announced. The same is true for measures to advance international human rights. As for the list of names of prisoners of conscience, I think it would be good to ask experts whether exceptions should be made for publication. For example, in the case of a political prisoner whose safety could be compromised if his or her name is published. If so, it might be worthwhile to consider a mechanism whereby a group of MPs, for example, could determine whether a name should be excluded, including through a committee operating in camera. The second law amended by the bill is the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Law. The bill provides that the minister must respond to committee recommendations when they seek to apply Magnitsky-type sanctions against an individual, and that the minister must respond within 40 days or such other period as the committee may determine after the adoption of a committee report recommending such sanctions. The minister's response would have to include his or her response to the committee's recommendations, including whether an order or regulation will be made, and the reasons for the decision. This new law would therefore ensure that the government responds promptly to allegations of human rights violations. This addition allows for closer follow-up than the current standard for committee recommendations, which provides for a government response within 150 days, which the committee may request but is not obliged to do so. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the response to a committee report can be an overall answer, a term that the speakers of the House have consistently refused to define. This requirement to give reasons for a decision is more specific and directly related to principles of natural justice. The third law to be amended by the bill is the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act. Cluster munitions are weapons made up of a multitude of explosive submunitions, allowing a large quantity of bombs to be spread over a large area. These weapons have the unfortunate reputation of leading to many deaths and serious injuries each year, often involving children, because the small, brightly colored baseball-sized little bombs do not always explode on contact with the ground. They can remain on the ground for many years, even decades, before being handled by children. This type of weapon is not prohibited under international law with the exception of its use against civilian built-up areas. However, there is a convention, the 2008 Dublin Convention, to which 110 countries are party, including France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, but which countries such as China, India, Brazil, Russia, and the United States have neither signed nor ratified. Canada signed the agreement in 2008, but the legislation allowing for its ratification did not come into force until 2015, and it is this legislation that the current Bill C-281 seeks to amend. As currently drafted, the law prohibits any person from using, manufacturing, acquiring, or possessing, moving, or importing cluster munitions. The amendment is intended to broaden the group of persons covered by these prohibitions to include any person or corporation that has a financial interest in a group or person that has committed, aided, or abetted a third party in committing any of the things that I mentioned above. We believe that C-281 is a step in the right direction for a safer world, especially for children, in the long term, but we are aware that the bill may be met with resistance from the American arms lobby, since many companies still manufacture this type of weapon. We hope that our parliamentary colleagues will not give in to this pressure when the time comes to discuss amendments to the bill and vote on it. Finally, C-281 amends the Broadcasting Act to make it easier to revoke the authorization of television and radio broadcasts in Canada if they are influenced by a foreign national or entity that has committed acts recognized as genocide by the Senate or the House of Commons, or if they are influenced by officials subject to sanctions under the Magnitsky Act. With this bill, the House would gain the power to block foreign media outlets through simple motions if they are vulnerable to the influence of entities that have committed these crimes. The neutrality or otherwise of the content of such media or whether it is unimpeachable would not be the criterion assessed. State media serve to disseminate the ideas, culture, and point of view of the country in question, in short, to promote a country directly or indirectly. The example of China and its vaccine diplomacy comes to mind. Widely publicized by the latter, China proceeded with a massive distribution of vaccines in Africa. The aim was to improve its image, making people forget its questionable management of the beginning of the pandemic, but also trying to have people forget the crimes committed against the Uyghurs in particular. In the case of non-neutral content, there is unfortunately no lack of examples either. The war in Ukraine highlighted the entire arsenal deployed by Russia to destabilize Ukraine and NATO via hybrid warfare, which includes the use of media to sow doubt or destabilize the government by creating tensions internally through citizens. Russian media outlets, for example, gave high visibility to anti-vaccine and anti-public health measure activists who criticized government policies, giving them more leverage to criticize the local government and increase popular discontent. We also saw at another scale this type of tactic when Russian media specifically targeted Canadian military personnel serving in Latvia in order to discredit them and create distrust of them among the local population. This campaign of disinformation can go on for many years. In short, in the case of both neutral and explicitly non-neutral content, it does not seem excessive to prohibit such broadcasting by motion when the country in question is recognized by Parliament as committing acts of genocide. For all these reasons, my colleagues and I will support the bill at second reading and hope to have the opportunity to follow its progress in committee, which I'm sure will be very interesting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I thank the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South for this thoughtful bill. I thank my constituents from Nunavut for trusting in me to represent their voice on such important matters as C-281. I especially appreciate this opportunity as I learned more about our laws in this bill and where our work as parliamentarians can make a difference for human rights domestically and internationally. The amendments proposed has 4 different pieces of legislation that are important given the gaps in Canada's efforts to meet international human rights obligations. While much more could have been proposed, the New Democrat will vote in support of this bill because it addresses concerns about some of the weaknesses Canada's approach to human rights. The 4 instruments that would be amended are to the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Broadcasting Act, and the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act. My intervention continues with each set of amendments in that order. Regarding amendments to the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, New Democrats agree that the minister, in exercising his or her powers, must annually report publicly measures taken to advance human rights. New Democrats agree that this amendment would increase transparency and accountability. The current international human rights mechanism and obligations and reporting in Canada are complicated and difficult to measure. This bill will make it easier for Canadians to find what Canada is doing through the work of the minister by the report suggested and by publishing the list as suggested. Requiring the publication annually could bring to light the need for Canada to be more consistent in its current approaches to meeting its human rights obligations. I highlight 2 cases. Everyone is aware of how hard Canada worked to have the 2 Michaels released from China. More needs to be brought attention to Canadian Hussein Cecile, who remains in prison since 2006. According to Amnesty International, Hussein, in quotes, Hussein has spent much of his time in solitary confinement. He lacks healthy food and is in poor health. Hussein has been in prison for 10 years after an unfair trial in China. Regarding the production of a list of prisoners of conscience, which Canada may be working to have released, this is a good step towards transparency and accountability. There is, however, a concern that there is no international legal definition of prisoners of conscience, and this creates a risk that individuals be excluded from this important process. At debate, New Democrats would suggest wording tying it closer to international human rights laws and standards. For the above reasons, I put in the record that the United Nations has recommended for years that Canada should have an international human rights action strategy. Adding that requirement for the preparation, completion, and annual reporting of the National Action Plan could strengthen this bill. New Democrats will advocate for a whole-of-government approach and would suggest further discussion on whether requiring a singular focus on ministers' obligation is sufficient. On the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, New Democrats have always said Canada's sanctions regime needs improvements. Canada's transparency and enforcement must be at the crux of this. We currently do not know how the government makes decisions about who should or should not be on this list. New Democrats expect that the Foreign Affairs Committee undertake this study shortly. This bill would not fix all of the problems in the current system. However, it would create a mechanism to allow committees of the House or the Senate to nominate designations to Canada's sanctions lists. Experts like Bill Browder has recommended this, and we support this. On amendments to the Broadcasting Act, New Democrats support the proposed changes. We have only to mention last February to see how foreign content influenced Canadians' views in a very negative way. While there are existing legislation that allows deauthorization, this act will strengthen the bill by automatically prohibiting the issue of amendment or renewal of broadcasting licenses in cases where the House or the Senate have recognized genocide or where Canadian sanctions apply. On the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act, this amendment attempts to make improvements but does not go far enough. Cluster bombs have caused over 20,000 casualties since 1960. This bill does not address the major problem in our current legislation, which permits Canadians to transport or direct use of the cluster munitions as part of joint operations with another country's military. This is an issue that New Democrats have asked this government to fix for years. Overall, this bill has many opportunities to provide more transparency for Canadians regarding international human rights. This bill will not fix everything. We have an important role regarding international human rights. We set the stage of other countries to look up the choices we make. We do more to set the example of what we want, to see and hold people accountable to their actions. We must be seen as a country that will truly uphold international human rights standards.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Bill C-281, the International Human Rights Act. And let me take this opportunity to commend my friend and colleague, the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, for championing this important piece of legislation that will strengthen Canada's position to advance international human rights. And the bill will do so in several concrete ways. It strengthens the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act passed by the previous Harper Conservative government. Cluster munitions, of course, having a devastating impact on civilians given their indiscriminate effect. The bill will give additional teeth to Canada's international commitments codified under the Act by restricting investments in entities that are in contravention of the Act. The bill further strengthens international human rights by giving the government tools under the Broadcasting Act to stop the proliferation of foreign propaganda from genocidal regimes. This bill also provides important new reporting requirements on the part of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. More specifically, the bill requires the Minister of Foreign Affairs to annually publish a report on the actions that the government is taking to advance international human rights, as well as to name and provide the background on the plight of prisoners of conscience for whom Canada is seeking to release. This has two positive impacts. First, it enhances transparency and accountability by requiring the Minister of Foreign Affairs to spell out in writing exactly what the government is doing to advance international human rights. And secondly, it provides a platform to shine a light on the individual cases of prisoners of conscience and further to draw attention to human rights abusers responsible for serious crimes. Importantly, this bill provides a new accountability mechanism for the government in the realm of sanctions policy. Pursuant to the bill, if either the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Senate or the House of Commons recommends the imposition of Magnitsky sanctions against human rights violators, the Minister of Foreign Affairs would be compelled within 40 days to table in Parliament a response indicating the government's position on the imposition of such recommended sanctions, as well as its reasons for imposing sanctions or not imposing sanctions. This, Mr. Speaker, is needed and it is timely, especially having regard for the track record of this government, which for the past several years has failed, has refused to impose Magnitsky sanctions, notwithstanding the fact that there are no shortage of human rights violators, and notwithstanding that Magnitsky sanctions are an important tool in the tools that the government has to sanction human rights violators. For example, when the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations in February 2021 tabled its report, it had a unanimous recommendation that targeted Magnitsky sanctions be imposed on Chinese communist regime officials responsible for serious human rights violations in Hong Kong. The response of the government was to ignore that unanimous recommendation. The Liberals did absolutely nothing. The rationale for why they did nothing, as allies such as the United States impose sanctions, we don't know. The government didn't need to say. They didn't need to provide a rationale. This bill changes that. Hong Kong is not the first time that this government has ignored the will of Parliament with respect to international human rights. A little more than 4.5 years ago, this House voted overwhelmingly to designate the IRGC as a terrorist entity. More than 4 years later, and 1,003 days after the IRGC shot down PS 752, killing 176 passengers, including 85 Canadian citizens and permanent residents, this government continues to drag its feet. This government still has not implemented the will of Parliament in designating the IRGC as a terrorist entity. The same IRGC, by the way, that an Ontario Superior Court judge determined committed an act of terrorism in shooting down PS 752. The same IRGC that is arresting, torturing, and murdering peaceful, pro-democracy protesters in Iran as we speak. Earlier this week, the Prime Minister was asked, not once, not twice, but on 4 occasions, by the leader of the official opposition if the IRGC is a terrorist organization. The Prime Minister couldn't bring himself to state the obvious, that the IRGC is a terrorist organization. A total abdication of leadership on the part of this government. Absolutely shameful. But it's not just about designating the IRGC as a terrorist entity. This government has failed to sanction any of the perpetrators responsible for the downing of PS 752. Dr. Ahmed Esmilian, President and spokesperson for the Association of Families of PS 752 victims, appeared before the Subcommittee on International Human Rights in June. And he said that the previous year he hand-delivered, or his association hand-delivered to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, more than 50 names of perpetrators responsible for the downing of PS 752. More than a year later, no action, no Magnitsky sanctions, nothing at all. What is the government's rationale? We don't know. They won't say. This bill is a mechanism that provides some level of accountability. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have over there is a government that is soft on terrorism, that won't even call the Uyghur genocide being perpetrated by the Chinese Communist regime what it is, a genocide. And we have a government that has repeatedly dragged its feet in imposing Magnitsky sanctions on human rights violators who are committing crimes against humanity. And so, in the face of the disgraceful record of this government when it comes to international human rights, at the very least, it is imperative that parliamentary committees have a tool to compel the government to respond and explain their lack of action. This bill does precisely that, and it is why it has my full support.
Reprise du débat, je tiens à informer l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
I have to inform the parliamentary secretary that he has only 4 minutes to begin his speech. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
As I will likely be the final speaker here today, before we rise for Thanksgiving, I want to wish everyone in this House, you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, Mr. Speaker, all the staff and the clerks and, of course, the pages that help make everything run, the security. I wish them all a very happy and prosperous Thanksgiving. I am certainly looking forward to getting home and seeing family, as I'm sure you are as well, Mr. Speaker. Canada's commitment to fostering respect for democratic values and the promotion and protection of human rights is long-standing, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 70 years, we have played a prominent role in the development of significant human rights instruments, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Canada is recognized for its system of justice and strong institutions that positively reinforce the rule of law. Canadian expertise is sought to help others strengthen their own efforts to respect human rights, and our government has taken active measures to stand against human rights violations and support the brave work of human rights defenders around the world. Canada's efforts in this domain are considerable, Mr. Speaker, especially in contexts where impunity for gross and systemic violations of human rights are evident and where there are protracted political crises at play. In such contexts, the international community must be able to signal its concerns and work collectively to change behavior. Sanctions are a key part of the toolkit that can be deployed. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-281, introduced in the House of Commons by the member for Northumberland Peterborough South, seeks to amend the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, also known as the Sergei Magnitsky Law. It's within this vein that I wish to speak and elaborate on Canada's robust sanctions regime and our role as a global leader in holding violators of human rights to account. In our challenging contemporary landscape, Mr. Speaker, with its mounting disruption and global uncertainty, sanctions remain a valuable tool for addressing violations of international norms and standards and pressuring states to change their behavior. Indeed, Canada and the wider international community have worked together for decades to build this strong foundation of peace, prosperity, and security for the global community. Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to stand shoulder to shoulder with our closest allies in the deployment of sanctions as part of a principled but pragmatic approach to foreign policy. Under both of our pieces of autonomous sanctions legislation, the Special Economic Measures Act and the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Canada has become a global leader in the sanctions effort to end impunity for those who violate international human rights. And I see that my time is almost over, and I will just simply wrap up today, Mr. Speaker, by again wishing everybody an amazing long weekend, Thanksgiving, and I want to wish all of my constituents in Cambridge, Ontario, and across Canada, happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary. The time for private members' business is now over, and the item falls to the bottom of the notice paper. Before adjourning the House, I would like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, all colleagues and staff of the House of Commons who do outstanding work, the security service, the interpreters, the pages. I hope I don't forget anyone. So thank you and happy Thanksgiving. It being 2:30, the House is now adjourned until Monday, October 17th at 11 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.